limited weight. We
Yeah.
so
Yeah, that's his name.
Right, we'll get underway, and we'll start with the planning witness, Mr. Allen. Are there any housekeeping matters?
Just
You or anybody else?
just to confirm the down to 2 submitted.
Mr. Allen, if you can just take me through your summary statement.
Thank you, sir. Also wonder if it'd be helpful either up front or partway through my summary whether I ran through a development scenario just to demonstrate how the provisions would act and interact.
Up front.
Okay, thank you. So I'll refer to my minutes to tailored LFRZ provisions. And what I mean by tailored is where the variation 2 has adapted those LFRZ provisions to best recognise the site's location. And that's included limiting activities on the site on this precinct to those that are shown on the LDP. They increase the road setbacks and normally apply in the LFRZ zone. They increase landscaping requirements. And also they introduce a requirement for resource consent for any new building or additions to existing buildings that will allow for consideration of design details and mitigations to ensure that building integrates with its setting. So those are in a nutshell the tailored provisions I refer to. Now that last change, and that's a change to LFRZ-R1, that's new buildings. What that does in relation to this precinct, it directly engages the urban design matters of discretion, rather than rely on a breach of a rule requirement in order to trigger relevant consideration.
Can you just explain that? Yeah.
What that means is on this site, any new building automatically triggers resource consent for a restricted discretionary activity. And that application will be assessed against the urban design matters of discretion in the district plan. Currently, where the LFRZ zone applies over the other side of the railway tracks, there is no requirement or trigger to that extent. So we've tweaked the requirement in that way. So what that does, that opens up the consideration of a lot of the matters that you heard from yesterday. Officer report, officers have recommended additional provisions be added to the ODP. The applicant's experts have outlined how they think those considerations are already built into the district plan.
I think you want to take me to that one, perhaps from if I look at the JWS protections.
Yep, JWS version. Page 25. 23, the rule begins.
That's building, returning. That's on 23, 24.
Yeah, so 23 is effectively the current rule.
Yeah.
So permitted, subject to meeting the rule requirements.
Very non-residential. So, it could be said much of the essential stuff.
That's on the
That's in the.
that's in the current existing. So if you go to 25, page 25,
Mhm.
for that same activity, establishment of building structure, automatic status is restricted discretionary. There's still a requirement to meet the rule requirements. Even if you do meet all those rule requirements, you're still subject to that design assessment. So in all instances, development on the site will trigger assessment against this rule.
Modification as well. Yeah. That's for their modification or just.
Yes. And that's simply acknowledging that this precinct sits within an established and evolving residential area, whereas across in the I4 zone, it's quite a different set.
Manage for discretion, the design.
That's right, and they are on page 16, same document. But they are largely as already contained in the plan with subclause 3 in addition. The red text has come about from officer recommendation, and it's accepted as part of the JWS.
So in some ways that reflects what's the, I can say.
Sorry?
In some ways that reflects what happened with the pattern, so.
In terms of the consideration of it, yes, yes.
Yeah.
So in terms of actual activities that would be allowed on the site, really the only activities anticipated are the supermarket and one trade retail and trade supply activity, possibly with an ancillary or integrated cafe. So that's the structure of the rules broadly. And that trade retail activity has to be greater than 6,000 square metres GFA. Anything less than that is a non-complying activity. It's quite a strict threshold to determine the scale of activity. So that in itself rules out multiple smaller activities. And as you heard from Mr. Smith and Ms. Parachute today, it also rules out most of the categories in the definition of trade, retail and trade supplies, which include the catering, the safety, clothing. It's quite a distinctive threshold to achieve. So that really leaves us with a building and garden supplier. Waikato 10 it's greater than 6,000 square metres, that would need consent for restricted discretionary activity. The rule we just referred to, subject to consideration of those matters of discretion.
Just remind me what GFA is, how that's defined.
It's effectively the external perimeter of the building wall.
No, I think just, I won't, chance to have a go through your statement in a minute, but, yeah, I just want to be very clear in terms of the, ancillary, acreage and field. Is it 250 square metres in total, or each those potential two limited to 250?
I believe with the addition from the wording recommended by the economist was the total. Yeah. The requirement in the rule is it has to be ancillary to the trade retail activity. Again, it's quite specific. Certainly doesn't allow for standalone or more than two.
Does the plan define ancillary?
I would need to check that. Sorry, that's okay for the moment. So you heard from experts that particular matter of discretion, map 3, allows for consideration of a broad range of matters, including landscaping, visual amenity from roads, visual amenity from residential zones. Lighting plans, streetscape, safe, legible and efficient access. These are all me paraphrasing from the list of matters. And also exterior design, materials modulation, and the addition of articulation and colour that's being added. That activity, the trade retail activity, will also be considered a high trip generating activity, requiring restricted discretionary consent also in its own right. And that engages assessment against Transport Matter 9, which Mr. Melville went through. Now, in that context of activity and activity status triggers, I'd expect a resource consent application to be supported by the full range of architectural plans, elevations, the articulations, materials, colour palettes, possibly an architectural design statement. There'll be the landscape package of plans, planting, specs, SIPTEP assessment. With that will likely come a lighting plan, and obviously the full ITA. And those are, that's certainly my experience of these types of developments, and when you have those matters of discretion, that's the guidance for an applicant as to what to present in the application. Equally, it's a stopgap for the council to request that information if it's not provided, or seek changes to the proposal in line with those matters of discretion, or equally apply conditions of consent that pick up on those. So my view is that the structure of the plan as it stands now provides for that certainty, or that comfort at least, that these details will be picked up and picked over that in response to specific development.
So do you have a fundamental problem with the inclusion of those, the way that they've been structured in the total reporting, so that those are matters that are precursors, if you like?
No, I agree that they're valid points and they're valid issues to ensure are addressed. I just believe that those same matters are already embedded in the plan. Council has that ability to, in the discretion to undertake that assessment or request that information. So that's really the difference. I don't like to see the refer to the layering up of a plan when structure is quite down. If there was a glaring omission, then obviously in addition would be appropriate.
What are the query in terms of the additional rule? That address notification? I don't think it does.
That rule?
Yeah.
No, there's a couple of rule requirements already in the zone. And they just acknowledge that a breach of that won't require public notification. That's the format of the plan basically, but all other provisions are silent on notification. So my read of that is it's left to the consent process to determine notification might be the parties. So just on those other rule requirements that activity would still be subject to. Any breach of those also triggers restricted discretionary status. And these are matters of height relation to boundary setbacks. So bulk and location type matters, government storage and landscape. So you breach those and then that triggers a corresponding assessment against, again, a broad range of amenity related considerations. Different to the matters of urban design just referred to. So there sits in the plan a number of matters that are linked to these rule requirements. And again, I'd expect an application triggering those matters will have corresponding shading analysis, for instance, or visual impact assessment. The one exception to those rule requirements is the ODP requirement, Rec 7. So that requires development to be in accordance with the ODP. If not, it's a full discretionary activity.
Full discretionary rather than non-compliant with someone plan.
So all other development scenarios that I could think of that might be attracted to the site are effectively non-compliant. So outside of what we've just described, any other retail activity other than the existing supermarket, that's non-compliant. If trade retail is less than 6,000 square metres, or if there's more than one trade retailer, size for that, but that's non-compliant. More than 2 of your food and beverage outlets, if it exceeds the 250 square metre threshold, or if it's not ancillary to the trade retail, all non-compliant. And all other activities in the LFRZ list, rule list that are already there, they either remain non-compliant, as they do across the tracks, or variation 2 generally elevates them to non-compliant status. So an example of that's automotive activity. So service stations, mechanics, car registration or licensing, that's non-compliant. Community corrections activities, I think might be discretionary across the tracks as non-compliant, and industrial activities. So those are all part of the tailored response to the stock particular set.
Bottle stores, would they fit on the food and beverage, or are they?
No, they are Exclusion. By default, they're excluded from food and beverage, so they fall to retail. So food and beverage activity doesn't include bulk stores. So we're going to fall to general retail. And while I have the screen up, I'll just point to the ask about the definition of ancillary. Means an activity that supports and is subsidiary to a primary activity.
Don't anticipate cafe to meet the needs of the shopping marketing or
That's right. So that was the tangent to summary. Hopefully it helpful if you have any more questions on it. Okay, so summary statement.
So,
Thank you. The MPSUD is directly applicable to the proposal and as a higher order document in the hierarchy is particularly influential in this case. It requires that the regional policy statement and district plan enable more businesses to locate in areas of an urban environment where there is high demand, business land and housing. The respective authorities are expected to provide at all times at least sufficient development capacity to meet expected demand in the business land. The NPSUD requires that decisions that affect urban environments are responsive to proposals that will supply significant development capacity and contribute to well-functioning urban environments. Well-functioning in this context includes having a variety of sites that are suitable for different business sectors in terms of location and site size, and with good accessibility. I believe the proposal achieves this. The Greater Christchurch Spatial Plan has been adopted by the Council as its future development strategy to satisfy the requirements of the MPS. In that, Rolleston is identified as a major town with the purpose of, and these quotes from priority number 5, purpose of focusing employment and service functions to improve the productivity and growth of economic activity, attract additional business investment, and better leverage and integrate economic assets. This reinforces the MPS's directive on the provision of sufficient business development capacity to meet expected demand. The site's well positioned in the context of frontage arterial roads, current and planned urban development and road improvements, and proximity to the town centre and resident catchment. The site and receiving environment are experiencing significant transition attributed to the consented and under construction pack and save, and a character shift from low density residential and rural activity to MRZ enabled residential densities. The proposal more appropriately reflects the environment as characterised by the pack and save and provides for a complementary trade, retail and trade supply activity to also establish on the site. Company evidence for foodstuffs in Mitre 10 describes the synergies between the two operations. The evidence presented for foodstuffs has informed my view that the proposal is well integrated with the established and evolving urban environment. Specifically, it's well aligned with the significant growth that has occurred and projected to continue in Rolleston and the district. Additional business supply capacity needs to be enabled as soon as possible to keep pace with strong and sustained growth and demand for business land that can't currently be met by the district plan. It will increase business capacity in a location and manner that will support the existing plan-enabled development out of Rolleston, maintaining a compact, consolidated urban form within the existing urban area and good connectivity. The pack and save and future trade, retail and trade supply store on the site will collectively meet the needs of the community and achieve good internal and external design outcomes. Effects on landscape character, amenity values and the transport network will be acceptable in the context of consented development and anticipated urban growth in the area. Pack and save is illustrative of the manner in which commercial development can be appropriately accommodated on the site and integrated with the setting. And the LFRZ tailored for the site provides the appropriate framework for proper consideration of future development on the site through subsequent consent processes that were just described. The proposal ensures the most efficient, effective and appropriate provisions are in place to assess a specific LFRZ-enabled development and achieve the objectives of the district plan.
That's the matters that we've just been discussing in particular.
That's right, yes. So continuing at 12, I consider the development outcome enabled by LFRZ in accordance with the ODP, the proposed amendments to the plan provisions will, like the pack and save, be consistent with a well-functioning urban environment. It will provide much needed development capacity. It will achieve consolidated, well-designed and sustainable growth in the existing urban area. It will enable the community to provide for its social and economic well-being, health and safety. And it will avoid significant adverse effects on the function and viability of the town centre and other centres. So considering these aspects collectively, I believe the proposal gives effect to the MPS and the key urban development outcomes anticipated by the regional policy statement and district plan in a more effective and efficient way than said. The proposal has attracted very little adverse attention from the general public and notably limited opposition from adjacent properties. However, the concerns expressed by those submitters have been addressed by the relevant subject matter experts for both foodstuffs and the council. There is broad fundamental agreement between the experts as to the appropriateness of the proposal. Planning joint witness statement records Mr. Predel and I agree with the proposed amendments to the district plan. That's the version that we were just looking at. Many of which the applicant has accepted in response to the office report that's signalled by the red text. There remains some disagreement between us as to the need for additional provisions talked about that have been recommended by council's experts. But otherwise, there's strong alignment between us. As recorded in the JWS and set out in my statement of evidence, I consider the district plan's resource consent triggers and matters of discretion, both operative and as proposed, provide adequate direction and opportunity for detailed consideration of landscaping, SIP, noise, transport and other matters. I don't think it necessary or good practice to layer up the district plan with site-specific requirements when a specific development proposal will be afforded the appropriate assessment and discretion through the subsequent consent process. This is no different to how any new development or district is considered in the context of growth areas, outlined development plans, zone standards and district-wide provisions. So in conclusion, overall, I consider the proposal has merit and is the most appropriate outcome for the site. It's more efficient and effective representation of the existing environment. an LFRZ with site-specific amendments and an ODP that reflects the pack and save of the future route trade retail store, provide certainty that the LFRZ enabled outcome is appropriately anticipated on the site. In the context of the identified shortfall of available business land at Rolleston, the long-standing recognition of future growth in this location, and the directives of the MPSUD, I believe the proposal is the most efficient and effective means of giving effect to that in the regional policy statement and achieving consistency with the objective policies of the district plan. I'll just quickly jump to, with the Craig Friedel's summary statement included a further version of the provisions. I have checked with them. There's a couple of unintentional errors in those. I think they've just been picked up from an earlier version.
Okay, that's in appendix 1 we're looking at. Recommend to change to proposed variation 2.
Yes. So if I take you to this page 24.
Before the narrative. Page 24.
What's the bearing on that? I have, this is the LFRZ R1.
Well, just make sure. So you're addressing the appendix.
So the officer's summary.
Yes, that's well, one started. Page number starts 58. That's appendix. Page 24. The page 24 of the narrative.
Of the attachment.
Okay, well, I must have different numbers. My attachment recommend to change it to proposed variation 2. Starts at page number 57.
That the office will report.
Yes, thanks for that. Right, page 24.
Okay, so this is the rule we were discussing earlier for new buildings, being a restricted discretionary activity. You see on clause 6 to the right, it's showing it as non-compliant, so there's just a conflict there. So 6 needs to be removed. 7 becomes 6. It's just a difference with the JWS version.
Just to clarify what I can, I think it's just a carry over from category RZ R6 to the non category wise to the category RZ zone, excluding the precinct region.
Okay, so what,
It's just an error that's been carried over on the.
so from your perspective, that should be deleted.
Yes. That should read in compliance with the rule, the requirement must be for is not achieved the version relevantly. Fine.
And then page 33 of the same doc is the REQ7, the outline development plan. And at 2 in that same right column, there's just the text in brackets. It should be discretionary. So when compliance with any of REQ 7.1 is not achieved,
Is to be proposed, is that one?
yeah, the activity status should be discretionary, so it should have DIS there instead of to be proposed. That's what I'm saying. If you don't accord with the ODP, discretionary activity. And then as a result of that, the matters of discretion should be removed.
For the words and brackets to be deleted.
Yes,
And
and replaced with capital DIS. And the text below that. Removed.
so the text below that,
Matters of discretion,
right?
so give us full discretion.
Anyway,
And then that's just a maybe look like what I'm going to statement as far as the retext and the summary statement, because it's the only point of difference between these bits. Everything's agreed up to the added hours and schedules.
Yeah.
The county summary guidance, so I might maybe just adopt the joint witness state version, which you might to include those additional recommendations.
Yeah, I think the joint witness statement version is useful in that it shows the sequence of changes. So the black underlined text is variation 2 is notified. The red text come about through officer acceptance of officer recommendation. And then subsequently we agree between Craig and Sarah. And then the version attached to Craig's summary, the only red text in that relates to the areas where council officers want more.
so the one attached to the summary has some issues with it.
Is a big problem to the
And the one attached to the JW is the appropriate.
correct, it doesn't include the officer recommendations agreed by the department.
So you have to, but I have to
Join the two together and yeah,
right. The other matters in
No, thank you.
I've got a series of questions, some of the questions have been answered. So the 250 square metre GFA is a total.
Yes.
That's lots of activity. But this is a general question. In paragraph 15 of your list, and probably don't need to refer to it, but you've identified there with the number of provisions that are appropriate for environmental effects. Now I'm just interested if you have any concerns at all, independent planning witness, for example, with restricted discretionary activity status, there seems to be quite a focus on the restricted discretionary activity. The problem. And there's those couple of rules again that exclude public notification, and they seem to me to be reasonably important ones. There's landscaping, and the other one's bulk storage. And some interested in your view on or your opinion in terms of the appropriateness of those notification exclusions on matters which could be particularly different overall proposal, particularly landscape.
Yeah, so those are already existing in the zone. Whether matters of screening or not screening outdoor storage areas is of such significance to even contemplate public notification, probably find that difficult. So, by excluding public notification matters, if I'm quite comfortable with that, it wouldn't preclude limited notification if affected parties are immediately affected by that, and not their approval.
It's only the exclusive public notification.
That's the word, yes. I mean, I've seen other plans that talk about mention limited or public, or notification generally. I think in this case of this plan, it's specific public. And by default, I think any other provision that does that, some of the clause is available for public notification if that's the test at the time.
The question that I've asked, initially I've raised before, but do you see anything in this plan change that proposed which could in any way provide uncertainty or enable potential dilution of conditions which have been imposed on the people? I know it's been built, etc., but there have been a modification or similar. Is there anything which in your view or the variation or anything in the policy framework which could lead to potential dilution of the condition that we're imposing on people?
No, I don't believe so. I guess in some ways, we have the benefit of that proposal on which to build the provisions around. So, you've heard others yesterday talk about the level of detail that's fallen onto the ODP is that's more than you might otherwise see. But it really is to reflect the reality of what that consented environment is. Any future change to that supermarket operation down the track would fall for consideration against the zone. Like the modification of the building, that alone triggers a consideration of urban design matters. Additional vehicle access points or changing directional access ways would all force consideration against these provisions.
Okay, so if that was done by way of variation or whatever that would be one, that would be. This discretionary.
That's a slight variation, yes. So I get that will become a scope question at the time, depending on the nature of the change. But yes, 127 full discretionary versus whatever the zone provisions might allow. So changes would be considered the time of the environment play at that time. So there's a reasonable amount of change occurring and expected to over time through the upzoning around the site.
You discussed in paragraph 20 the factors that you say are influential to your findings of the effects of the proposal acceptable. And just some clarification about one of those, you talked about it being single ownership of the site, and that's not what's in anticipated if we're looking at the site.
Not ultimately, no. But yeah, obviously being involved in instances where multiple fragmented ownership, we'll see issues down the track with that. Possibly causing challenges with implementing the design and development intended.
Okay, so if we had a dual ownership, that's not that will be a concern to you. If there was a concern being in the context of fragmented ownership.
Yeah, I think you're dealing with one, two known entities here. And knowing what the ultimate development outcome is going to be, you're not going to be in a situation where there are multiple owners.
When it comes to the NPSUD, just a couple of queries really, but in terms of objective 6, strategic for the medium and long term and responsive. How does this proposal fit in strategic and integrated infrastructure planning and funding?
Yes, I would look at that in terms of the infrastructure upgrades and improvements that are currently occurring in key locations around the site, and also known or planned for the long-term plan extension of Drive. The fact that the network generally has been found to be of capacity. It's nothing to suggest in my view that this proposal would be out of sequence.
Okay, your 26 H. Of your financial sheet. Talk there about the picture, essentially the MPSD in terms of applies, but it's been the land's been rezoned, meaning residential. So to that degree, it looks effectively national policy statement on, but is it the absence, if you like, on the basis of your client settings to the lack of supply of business capacity. That's the tool.
That's right. And the MPS in that context is about managing that change. So the discussion yesterday about magnitude of that change. I've acknowledged it's a planned change. It's quite a fundamental shift from residential to commercial zone. But that is on the basis of the recognised shortfall of business land for this type of activity. And the ability through the provisions based on the assessments given to manage that effect of the change.
Okay, so you've had so you were saying you've had regard basically to what's anticipated for the being density residential.
Yes.
And then reach your opinion. You've had, after having regard to that, you're satisfied with the provisions in terms of the business.
That's right. Yes.
This is an excellent really your paragraph 27, where you say assessing the proposal in isolation of this higher order document will not present an appropriate balance of the view of the environment in which the site is situated. Essentially saying that it's separate. Yeah, well, what are you saying? You're saying that assessing it, this proposal, when we've got land that's recently been through a plan change process, why do we need to go back to the MPSUD?
Well, any change to the district plans requires that consideration. I'm not saying in this case it hasn't, the proposal hasn't been assessed in regards to the MPSUD or an isolation of it. So the officer report has done that and finds it to be aligned. But as a change, as a proposal to change a district plan, there's a requirement to refer to that MPSUD.
I'm not going to go through the paragraph, but in 29, you talk about the provision of the business plan, etc. Could you say it makes sense both practically and administratively, it must be recognised through the commensurate zoning. So again, in terms of the pattern zone, which is already there, yeah. Why do you say it makes sense for that pattern zone to recognise for a change?
It's really addressing a matter that Mr. Parrish yesterday as to the subsequent to granting the consent, I've been involved in 3 or 4 of those variations. So we're constantly assessing a change, and they're generally quite minor changes to a consent development. You are always having to revert back to the underlying zone, as well as the notified process that consent went through. That's what I mean by administratively not removing those considerations, but the threshold of consenting with the assessment is far less onerous if it has the appropriate zone.
That sort of goes back to the issue I was raising about the dilution of the conditions that are affected. So, as you're saying that that we don't make it so onerous to change.
No, I think that's where the zoning and the build-up of, or the recognition of the LFRZ zone within this particular setting, matters of discretion will be triggered, require consideration of residential interfaces, as occurred with the tax savings, very much about that residential interface. So the zone framework provides those considerations, but in a broader context where the zone recognises there is a large supermarket on the site.
Just in terms of the 32 example paragraph we talk about it, but it's in yeah, in terms of the context where we've got a district plan, the process is very recent, still not completely cooperative, but pretty much so. Yeah. And that's addressed issues in terms of zoning for large format retail, etc. Do you think that well, from your planning perspective, that in the way around has been through that process recently when you look at 32, etc., with respect to that conflict process?
Yes, I think it's relevant.
In what way?
Well, it's providing a very recent snapshot of the process of public scrutiny at that time. I'm also aware that part of that public scrutiny related to the availability of the business plan. And that was reflected in the council's own economic report. So it doesn't, the recency of the plan, doesn't prevent a plan change seeking to address shortfall in business supply.
And from a planning perspective, with this, there are a number of areas where the market particular could operate with the industrial zone, general industrial zone, common large format zone, town centre zones, and I understand the difficult availability, but it's just from a purely planning perspective, is the fact that there is that level and zoning relevant.
Already available, relevant use, and it provides an existing zoning framework to work with. Also relevant if the availability or suitability of or the extent of that land isn't sufficient, then provides that opportunity to look to alternative locations.
Sector of council should probably it needn't be accepted by the council. It didn't have to be accepted by the council for the words because of the timing of the district plan.
No, the variation too, you mean?
Yes, the variation didn't have to be accepted.
That's right.
Yeah, can the original policy statement, I think we can clear what's done there. Yeah, in paragraph 45, my understanding of what you're saying there is that the original policy statement doesn't fully implement the PPSUD because it has a focus on housing supply. Right. In terms of the district plan, we've gone through the objectives here. I don't have any particular questions about those. And you've noted that you've reviewed the associated policy. You don't tend to go through a blow accounting policy. What are the critical policies in your view in the district plan?
There'll be those, probably two fundamentals for me would be the protection of the centre's hierarchy, so not undermining town centre zone and its function, given this zone as part of that network of centres. And the other will be the recognising, maintaining the amenity and characters of residential environment. Chapters around transport and those matters are important as well for considerations really.
Thank you. And you were a 60 journalist, 58. Keith, talk about the risk of not acting as the potential shortfall certain available business men village point activities. Does that lead us to the same discussion that we were having about suitability land and the general industrial zone in the town centre around the areas that have been identified in the team?
It's correct.
But we had the discussions in terms of the prerequisites, if you like, it started discussions on it. Okay, in terms of the northeastern boundary connection, that you addressed, you rely on the foodstuffs expert in that regard. Have you considered the council evidence, the experts, the council evidence?
Yes, I have.
But you've reached a position as a planning expert that you prefer the evidence being provided foodstuffs in that regard.
Yes, I did.
All right, that was my questions. Thank you very much for your assistance. Okay. And two submittals been wrong for carry on. Right, so who have we got? That's a little while first.
It's just got a PowerPoint, so we'll get that organised. Al, you do what?
I've read your evidence. Do you want to just perhaps to summarise for me what the council's concerns are?
So my submission is to highlight to you, sir, the fact that we proposed to build an emergency services precinct in the Halpern Park area, the north end of Halpern Park. And as part of that, the Rolleston Drive extension is critical of that. And the council is wanting to be open and transparent about what we are proposing in the future. And that might assist you in your decision-making process.
How far is the in just to read the evidence, but how far along the process is that when council owns the land office? And in terms of the progress towards implementation of the
So we have an indicative site plan. We're working with New Zealand Police, Fire Emergency New Zealand, and Hataone St John, and the emergency management team at Selwyn District Council. And that indicative site plan is being quantity surveyed at the moment. We have consultants who have done the initial investigations into the site, noise, transport, geotech, and we have a planning consultant that is collating it. We've had consultations with the Minister of Emergency Management and Police, and with the boards of all those agencies. We have a memorandum of understanding to look at this brief. And we are working on the funding arrangements currently.
what happens at the moment? The sort of the services that emergency services is spread throughout Rolleston.
Yeah, currently all services are at a point where they need to grow. They need to, it would be beneficial to all to change their location and be located in one area. Halpern Park has been identified as a key location that can facilitate travel to incidents in a within the timeframes that are specified for each agency. It's known that if you co-locate on a site, the emergency services, the collaboration increases. We see this site as future-proofing for this district, which, as you know, is growing very, very quickly. And it makes sense to have that critical emergency services infrastructure, fit for purpose and fit for the future.
And the purpose of real evidence, not just informing, but it's to at least it's ensure that no, there's nothing which causes major difficulties with that proposal. Graphic.
Yeah, it's the whole idea is just to say this is something which we are looking at for the future. If that can be taken into account so that when people are making decisions, they're cognizant of that. And we don't have a situation later on where, well, I didn't know that, so this is what we did. We'd much rather be open and honest, and transparent about what we're proposing so that people can work with us on making sure that there are no conflicts, if at all possible.
And wanting flexibility around, the in terms of locations, that's a different way.
That's outside my scope, but I'm not a planner, so.
Okay, just in evidence that you've got those amendments that are sorted, they're already section 42A, but you've seen those in evidence, the service south is indicative location, etc. Respond to uncertainty.
What paragraph is also?
14, 15. So at least it's you're supporting what the reported officer has said. That
Yes.
very, very,
Yeah.
been through the process in terms of signalisation and the appropriate treatment of the intersection.
Yes, we looked at whether the roundabout was suitable or whether it should be traffic signals. And I think from memory, the traffic engineer suggested that in the longer term that putting signal there was going to be something which they consider. I believe that better off future proofing and it's getting only once. Traffic signals, it would also give us the ability to remotely control those traffic signals as happens around the world for the emergency responders. So turn the lights red and have unrestricted access or egress.
Is there an example that you could point to with this sort of, with that sort of signalisation?
Oh, someone told me about it. Dunedin or St John's, when the door goes up, the traffic signals go to red. Which seems to make sense.
What happens at the moment in terms of the fire station? The road markings or whatever the stop.
Or police, there is an area which is hatched in yellow so they can leave, or beams on Brookside Road, Chaucer Street, it's hatched outside Or St John's, there was nothing. So it'll be a good upgrade.
All right, those were the only questions I had for you, and thank you for writing it.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, actually, no, sorry, I'm a bit too early. Just if you could just talk me through perhaps the, if you can, the every attachments for the.
It might be a screech.
Okay, that's right. Right, I will let you go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Obviously, she has a presentation. We're just having a few challenges to get that available. May I suggest we break the morning tea and organise that during the
So we'll take 20 minutes, but you'll keep us informed. Yeah, thank you. spreadsheet. Now, I've read your submission, and I understand you've got a presentation you're going to take us through.
Yeah. Hopefully just keep my mind on track of issues.
Yes.
So put them on to the paper.
Are you happy to ask questions as you go through?
Anything I say is inaccurate. I would love to be corrected and asking questions.
Here you go. Where you go.
So I understand that no one else is speaking from the business. A couple of people have pulled out. So I'm here to just speak as a resident and of the issues that I feel. Yeah, it's working.
Here we go.
Awesome. So firstly, I want to talk about the elephant in the room. I believe that as we're here to speak about special treatment being given to business people over the rights of residents. There is extensive expert evidence of how Rolleston is in desperate need of a $110 greenhouse gas emissions that would be saved, and the $10 million of annual benefits generated by this decision. And I'm here to say that all of that is provably untrue. The other thing about the elephant in the room is in Mitre 10's earlier submission, they said that it's highlighted in yellow at the bottom, that the Hornby branch is 9 minutes away. So I am concerned about how desperate it is that we need a Mitre 10 when it's 9 minutes away. It takes me longer than that to get my kids in the car. The other thing I want to point out is the hearing is titled or portrayed as a hearing about Mitre 10, but in fact down here in the bottom you can see that the property is being built or being bought potentially by Smith's Property Limited, a property investment company. Nothing to do with Mitre 10 other than perhaps shared ownership. So I think it's just put a graphic there on other people's investments, the Jones family, the Anderson family, and the Grace family. And my opinion is that our amenity and therefore our property values is being decreased. A little bit decreased, a little haircut for everyone. And all of that will sit and be accrued by Mitre 10, for which, as residents, we receive no consideration at all for the loss of our property values. Now, this here is a map of all the submitters. I'm sure you're all familiar with obviously where the property is planned to go. The yellow box shows all those red dots are the people that have submitted to say they don't want a Mitre 10 on that property, other than that green one on the bottom there. So you can sort of see that the closer you are to the property, the less you want it. Now, the green ones with arrows, what they illustrate is they're not on the map. They're kilometres away from the map, but at the outskirts, Farringdon and places like that. So I feel I couldn't hear the hearing yesterday, so I don't know if this has been brought up already. But there's a direct correlation between proximity to the development and our desire not to have it. And then I want to bring up.
Sorry, can you just point with the pointer?
I can't.
Just for your property.
Yeah.
Which one's your property?
So what do you want me to point out? Oh, so in the numbers reflect the spreadsheet of the submittal set. Aye. Sorry, what's your question?
Just if you could point out where your property is.
14, I've submitted 14. Perhaps, yeah, so not as directly adjacent to the development as other submitters, but equally I'm more adjacent than every other submitter, number 2. I think that's quite clear demonstration of how people feel the area.
What's the yellow box represent?
The yellow box just represents
every submitter doesn't want the submission, bar one, bar submitter two, every bar resident two, submitter two, no one is as close to the development as us that wants the development. I make myself clear. There's just such a direct correlation between proximity, and I use the term later on, by day to day. All those green people, they all want the development because it doesn't affect them. So that's what the yellow boundary is illustrating. Everyone that wants it, the development doesn't affect them. And then we'll look at, see to the right, so then I want to talk about the fact that of the submitters, sorry, I don't know why it's been pulled off the screen, of the submitters, the ones that want the development, on the left, marked in red, is those willing to speak. And they're so passionate that they want the development that they're willing to speak. And as you can see, it's no one. Also, of the development, of the submitters that want the development, the ones that provide a substantive response. By that I mean more than some of the responses, which was more shops are good. And again, you can see marked in red, none. There was one submitter actually who did provide a substantive response, and I'll talk about that in a second and why I haven't marked on the graph. So of the submitters that don't want minor 10, I've marked that 3 out of half of them were willing to speak and support. Now, it turns out that some of them are too nervous to speak, and so I'm here by myself, but that was the original intention. And of the submitters that don't want the minor 10, you can see that 66% of them provided a substantive response. So again, if we go back to no one versus substantive response. And then I wanted to talk about a couple of submitters. Such as I say, this guy, I thought, why is he submitting when he doesn't live in the area? I don't submit on things that happen on the West Coast. And then I saw that perhaps, and maybe Murray Smith might be able to confirm this, but he's the financial controller for minor 10. So he wants a minor 10 here, but I feel that when he says that he will gain no advantage through the submission, I feel it's slightly more conflicted than that. And this is the same gentleman's submission. So he was submitted number 23. And this is his submission where he says, my residential property was designed around, I can't read that, a couple's escape. The house has been designed with a large fireplace and opens out to a living space and deck. Increasing utilisation of the proposed development will adversely impact on my property with respect to privacy and noise. And the financial investment is now seriously undermined. We are also particularly concerned about the reality of increased general parking and traffic on my street. Now, you may not see that in his submission, number 23, because that's when he's talking about development in his property, not development in my property. But imagine that was my submission, the issues I would raise. Now, then I said that there was a submitter who did provide a substantive response in support of the minor 10. And this is him here, Andrew Beattie. I speak there about the fact that minor 10 says they're retail and not commercial, and that's why they have to be in the residential area. But the only person that spoke out in support of the minor 10 is a tradesperson. And then he says he's not going to gain any advantage in making a question. I thought that's fair. And this is what he does, BT, he does HVAC. And perhaps that's him there. And does anyone know what building he's standing on? Mr. Smith would know what building he's standing on. Minor 10. So he stands to make $1 million based on my knowledge of how much HVAC costs. He's doing the whole HVAC installation. As he says there, he's doing it for the current development on Brown Street, where he says he stands to make no gain through the submission. you know, again, it's conflicted in my opinion, because he stands to make $1 million. So in summary of that part, I've got more. Those that look close to the development are unanimously opposed to the project. Those that live further from the development made city submissions that basically said more shops is good. Now within urban planning philosophy, when you talk about things like modern cities, 15-minute cities, more shops is good is not really a valid reason. There are further other submissions that I also believe are conflicted. The majority of affected residents have strong opinions, and the policies of the council, and I'm talking about the district plan, are meant to fairly acknowledge residential rights. What I'm here to speak to, partly. And we'll move on. What have we got here? Loss of amenity, and then someone says there, and I'm sorry I didn't footnote all the examples. But someone was saying in regard to my submission and others, all the submitters and opposition are physically separated from the site. By what measure are we physically separated from the site? And I'll talk about that some more here. The benefits is in the Pick and Save submission, it was talked about that the benefits outweighed the loss of, well, the substantial benefits. That's why the Pick and Save was granted. And so I want to talk about the benefits. Noise is going to be worse. Emissions is going to be worse. Accidents is going to be worse. Traffic is going to be worse. Urban visual appeal is going to be worse. And house values will drop. Traffic, what have I said there? The experts say, traffic, yeah, traffic is going to get worse. And right at the bottom of paragraph 92, I'm sorry, I need glasses. He says, regarding traffic, he says it is all about perspective. And I know people that like traffic. And so I sit here thinking, how am I even going to argue against that when people say they like traffic? Can't argue against that. And so, these just photos of accidents outside 1 in 10 and Pick and Save, where people have died. And I personally witnessed a very serious accident where someone was lucky to not die. This is Saturday's paper, and I'm sure you guys perhaps read this. New Pick and Save opened on Saturday's Herald, and they said parking was out of control. People were having their lunch breaks on the traffic islands. People were parking on footpaths, and people were parking on outside people's properties. And someone raised concern to say, surely in this development, they're going to require staff to park within the development. And I don't know, are they? I mean, surely staff are not going to be parking on side streets outside people's houses. Surely that, to me, that seems a given, but it looks like chaos and a similar Pick and Save. Now, this is something I don't know anything about, but I've just put some notes here. It's been widely quoted in the submission that the two roads are arterial roads. And I've got the definition up here from the ZTA, which I can't read, but it talks about, you know, trafficking people from one place to another, to hospitals, to airports. And I thought, surely, although it'd be great for my intent to be on an arterial busy road like that, surely that's contrary to what an arterial road, I mean, I'm not a traffic expert, but if an arterial road is supposed to get me to the airport as efficiently as possible, sticking a minor 10 and a supermarket right in the middle of it. I mean, right now, my trip home used to be 5 minutes from the I-zone, it's now half an hour due to the traffic chaos. So I don't understand arterial roads, but I thought I'd mention that. Talking more about amenity values, emissions. We've been talking in the submission that greenhouse gases will be saved. But it's not that in the aggregate, maybe they've done some methodology that says that looking at visits to the Hornby minor 10 or some other minor 10, therefore a shorter distance, that in the aggregate, emissions will be down. But the emissions for people that live next to this development, when you've got trucks like this, you know, idling outside the shops, you've got forklifts, yeah, emissions is going to be worse. And then I talked about average return customer rate times distance. I'll explain that later. Benefits, amenity value, light pollution is going to be worse. No one honestly lives opposite there and thinks this is going to be relaxing, having that car park lit up 24 hours a day. And the image on the right is to illustrate an abrupt amenity values, how it's going to change. It is going to change. There's no one who can say that amenity values will stay the same by this development. It's going to cause an abrupt change of the family lifestyle that I expected. And by that, I mean kids being able to ride their scooters, ride their bikes, walk without parental supervision. Now, I struggled to listen to the hearing yesterday, but I heard a person at the hearing say that large format retail is often located next to residential. But in my opinion, he mistakenly omitted a pertinent truth, which is that large format retail is not located next to high value residential of a type similar to Levi Road. I can't find a thing of anything. To demonstrate this hypothesis, I've compiled a list of every mile 10 in Christchurch and Auckland and taken a screenshot of the adjacent residential area. But first, also in the submission, they talk about the four co-located developments. So there's that Papanui, which, as you can see, yes, it is adjacent to residential, but it's also adjacent to a huge shopping mall and other commercial developments. It's not in the middle of residential, which is what we're here talking about today. What's that one? Oh, that's my old where I used to live, Henderson, which, as you can see, all commercial, not residential. Here is where I saw someone almost die because they had an accident and that decision. Here, again, Pack and Save located next to Mitre 10 and located next to the rubbish dumps. Again, not similar to Levi Park. Levi Park is not a rubbish dump. And then, just speaking about Greentown, it says it's set back from the street, and I've heard from Woolworths, Pack and Save saying that it's going to be set back on this development. Here's the Mitre 10 set back well, but again, does that look like Levi Park? Yeah, we'll move to close to the industrial sector, industrial area, but with residential. I don't know, Tiawa, but you have been there. So now let's look at just what's listed. Can you tell me what area that is? Again, you know, we've got a Mitre 10 next to a Pack and Save, not in a residential area, nothing like Levi Park. And now we've got screenshots. Now these screenshots are, if I was to stand at Mitre 10 and look across the road, see if I was to stand at the development that we're talking about in Levi Park and look across the road, we're looking at lovely family homes that I wanted to live in. Now I live in Falcons Landing, but I did want to live in Levi Park. I mean, just it's the same. There's paper. Hornby, opposite the road from the oil changes. No idea where it is. Can tell you, Auckland somewhere. Oh, hang on. So when the urban area planners of this development that we're talking about, talk about the walkability of Pack and Save and the cohesive landscaping over residential streets. Here's only hang on. There's no empirical evidence to show that Mitre 10 has cohesive landscaping. Is Pontonbean, Westgate. Yeah, literally, I've got every single one. Oh, this is the last slide. This one, looking across the road, yes, there are houses, but no one chooses to live in those houses and they run as business. From an urban form perspective, I think it's interesting that no one in the community has proactively expressed any desire for minor 10 at all. The economist said there's such a pent-up demand for this minor 10. And to Mr. Smith, I would say no one is against minor 10, and everyone I've spoken to actually wants minor 10 in Rolleston. But I think it's interesting and relevant that no one in the community has proactively expressed any desire for minor 10 at all. That's not to say they would not be welcome. There is substantial support for them to move into the I zone, but some people feel that they're not reading the room by moving into Levi Road. And down the bottom, I've got examples of the community where they're saying, so excited, chipmunks are coming. Costco, when's that coming? Kmart, IKEA, looking forward to those things. No one has proactively said, when's minor 10 coming?
And they're all of the highway.
Well, that's what I want to speak about. They're all 100, well, I'll speak about that exactly. Minor 10 is another quote. It's servicing domestic residential needs as opposed to commercial industrial. But who would be enforced to locate in the I zone but ranked higher than minor 10 in servicing a domestic residential need? And by that, I'm talking about only chipmunks, 100% residential, and then moving into the I zone. Costco, and where I've put, consider the average annual customer visits. When Costco opens, based on other evidence which I can show you, they have sort of a 2-week customer return. 2 weeks, 26 times a year. Mostly consumers, far higher than minor 10. Now this is, I'm talking for myself here. 5 times a week, I travel to the I zone as a domestic, non-industrial customer. There is zero methodology and zero research behind this talk of complementary shopping trips between minor 10 and Packensafe. Just conjecture. I have lived near the Henderson Packensafe minor 10 for years and years and purchased from both many times, but almost never together. When I had friends over to help me build a deck, we would go to minor 10 for supplies. When I painted the front of my house and my porch, we went to minor 10 for supplies, etc., etc. But we never thought, shall we put this off this weekend task while we do my grocery shopping? Now let's look at some other domestic related businesses that weren't aware that you could just ask to have the zoning restrictions changed, that have actually instead moved into the I zone, even though they have 0.0% industrial facing customers. As it happens, I visit some of these 5 times a week, as do many families, every school week, 20 weeks a year. So 250 times a year do I go to the I zone as a non-industrial customer. So if you want to lower aggregate times on the road, greenhouse gas emissions, it would be better to locate these family-facing businesses with high visit frequency to the Levi site and move minor 10 with low visit frequency or unsubstantiated to the I zone. Now, these are all Selwyn award-winning businesses, gold medal winning businesses. But you got drama, my daughter goes to drama, dance, my daughter goes. Look at all those families that all travel to the I zone for non-industrial purposes. Martial arts, and chipmunks is going there as well, and gymnastics. There's just some that I'm personally involved with, all in the I zone. And then I want to bring out the other elephant in the room when we're talking about co-located shops. The supermarkets have recently offered delivery and click and collect. This growing trend is very popular in Rolleston, and it renders the entire premise of co-located shops meaningless when we're not actually visiting the shops. What's he saying here? He's talking about the synergies, the cross-shopping synergies between Packensafe and minor 10. If we're going to talk honestly about co-located shopping, cross-shopping synergies, agglomeration benefits, and I would bring up Countdown. Currently, Countdown is 13 houses up the road from Packensafe. Insight economics points listed above apply. There is cross-shopping synergies, but co-shopping with Countdown, which as I say is 13 houses up the road, There's a doctor's near there. Coupons, and I said, I go to Coupons twice a week and then off to the supermarket for I get bread and milk. Go shopping with the warehouse and the gym. I won't say how often I go to the gym. And then we can add these things together, and there are 250 co-shopping opportunities a year. And below in the shops, they have proven an agglomeration benefits with Countdown, far in excess of what we say. And my team. The work of economist expert Fraser Cosgrove talks about the potential for synergies because they share similar customer bases. I've conducted an informal focus group of the Rolleston community and found that literally 100% of the community needs food and thus is a customer of some supermarket. So the size of that customer base is 100%. I ran out of time, so I didn't draw a Venn diagram to illustrate the businesses that have synergies and similar customer bases with people that eat food. I think that's evident. I also spoke to Fraser Cosgrove to ask, he says, Fraser Cosgrove, I estimated that Pack and Save, keeping in mind that Pack and Save is 13 houses away from the Countdown where I come and shop. He estimates that Pack and Save will generate $7 million of benefits annually, not just in the first year, but annually, due to the impacts of reduced commuting from a business that's 13 houses away with greater co-shopping opportunities. No methodology about that. And I wonder, who do these benefits, 7 million a year, go to? And when might we see them? Because is this 7 million in annual benefits based upon all Rolleston households or just those closest to the Pack and Save? And when might I start to see a pro-rata evidence of the $7 million in my household budget? Or did he just make that up? This is from the council website, just a note from the council website talking about large format retail zones and basically saying that they expect large format retail zones to be up in the northern industrial sector. But actually, there's my comment at the bottom. This is from the council saying on their website that large format retail is supposed to go in the I zone, which is why I refer to this whole process as being a bait and switch by trying to force it upon us in a residential area. Landscaping.
What do you mean by bait and switch?
I bought my house based on having looked at Levi Park originally, favourably, and then Falcons Landing. I bought it for the amenity values of Levi Park and Falcons Landing. I bought it based on an annual district plan that said that the area was residential. So that's why I say it's bait and switch. The council told me that the land would be residential. That's what they expected. They also told me that they expected large format retail to be in the I zone. So that's why I say it's a bait and switch. And again, when the traffic guy said that some people like more traffic, the landscaping people have said that there would be some minimalistic landscaping and that would be preferential to the amenity values if it was houses. I just so strongly disagree. I live in the houses, you see people walking, I thought about that. This is where I want to live. I want to live where my kids walk from house to house, walk their dog, go to the park. This is what I bought based on the district plan. This is what they're proposing to develop up the street from my house. This is, Murray Smith may disagree or provide commentary, but this is identical to the scale that they want to build by my house. So this is why I say it's a bait and switch, because I never would have bought in the area if I'd known that that was going to be up the street from my house.
Who's that?
That's Brown Street, which is currently being finished, which is where they then move on to, once they finish that one, and to Levi Park. So it's the same scale. That's exactly what. In any again, this is where I disagree with this process. When you look at the windows that are being provided, they haven't provided a window that shows this. There's a straw man argument, cannot go into the I zone. There is substantial land in the I zone. There is land for sale, as you can see there, large format retail, sites for lease, sites for sale, empty land. There's so much empty land over there, and it's got higher visibility to more vehicle traffic. It's also got higher accessibility to Selwyn residents. People from Kirwi or Darfield can more easily get to that area than driving into the centre of town. So when they say they cannot go into the I zone, it's a straw man argument because they can and they just choose not to. The other straw man argument says that we have to own the land. And the Economist says we understand that my team strongly prefers to own the land. And what I'm saying is that no, the land is being bought by the Smith family property investment company, not by my team. And just because that's his understanding or that is his policy, where does that trump my rights? Where does it trump my rights? Just because they have a policy of putting large format retail wherever they like. And here's examples of to say that my team, just to put in the last year, selling property, paid down debt because they made a loss of $99 million and had debt of $162 million. So they're selling property. So for the Economist to say it's my understanding, it's untrue. Property selling, my team selling properties to repay debt. My team offers investors the opportunity to build their portfolio. Property investment, not selling hammers. And this last slide is quite important. This family here, I'm quite envious of them. It says here that they bought some land for $4 million and sold it for $62 million. And what did they do? They got it rezoned and made, how much is that? $58 million profit because they got the land rezoned. So that's what we're actually here today. We're here today to discuss how the Smith Family Property Investment Company is asking for land to be rezoned to make profits like this. Does anyone have any questions about that? And then I don't know what this is. Perhaps this is the pack and say, where it says it is an activity of a size and scale which one would, this is not to that bait switch, is an activity of a size and scale which one would not anticipate in the zone, which is accurate. I didn't anticipate that. If I had, I wouldn't have bought there. But the careful and iterative design has swayed the process. So I want to talk about the careful and iterative design. So yeah, one reason that residents will not anticipate this development is because we thought that zoning would protect us from it. Careful and iterative design, it's just a bright yellow box with obnoxious orange. I don't mean that in a bad way. Architectural immaturity, just an orange box. Now this here is 10 years ago. We're talking about careful and iterative design. 10 years ago, someone also was making this submission about the Papanui Mai team. And the homeowner was concerned that the building's orange colour scheme increased traffic and that would affect his amenity values. But the commissioner said, don't worry about that. Landscaping would reduce the store's visual impact, which again is what we've heard today. So 10 years ago, a guy was worried that the orange thing would impact his residential amenity, and he was told landscaping would reduce the store's visual impact. So that was 10 years ago, and that's a photo of the store. And as I said there, can anyone see any landscaping after 10 years that reduces the visual impact that the guy was concerned about and told, no, it'll be all right? There is a tree over here somewhere. A tree somewhere there. It's just water, can't see it. So this is a visual that's been provided, which I find dishonest. You can see here that the trees are taller than the minor 10 building. And here's another render where they've decided to make minor 10 white, or rather than orange. And they've taken it at an angle where the trees, again taller than the building, mask the building. And yet, in the submission, it says that a landscaping strip will be provided. This is to be low level and designed to eliminate hiding places. So I haven't had a chance to keep up and see, is it going to be low level or are there going to be trees of that scale? Now, coming back to here, in the submission, the setback from the minor 10 to the street, from what I've read, was supposed to be 6 metres at one point, 12 metres if you include the road. So looking from across the road, it's supposed to be 12 metres to the minor 10. So I stood 12 metres from the minor 10. So here's the render. And there's what actually your eye sees when you're standing 12 metres from the minor 10. I could be an artist like this, and I would too, but that's a more accurate reflection. And again, talking about landscaping, there's a tree. There's nothing. There's a recent development at Oamaru, nothing. There's no evidence of any landscaping providing a visual, an interface between the public and my team. It's just simply no, not like the visual. For me, this is and there's with Henderson, which has been there 20 years or so. Again, there's no example. So you can say that there'll be a visual landscape in the place, but there's no evidence of this ever happening. Here's the current one, Brown Street. Here on the left is where people live, and that's what they look at, just orange wall. And what have they said there? Landscape screening will ensure the building is visually pared back, reducing any potential dominance effects, and will blend in. So this is the current minor 10 due to open, I don't know, for 2 months. Where is the landscape screening? Keep in mind that there's houses just there. Anyway, we'll talk about it. Now this here comes back to the paper state, which I feel is related. I don't understand this, I'm not a lawyer, I've never done this before. Adverse effects on land and property values. And Mr. Caldwell said in the Pickersave submission that any adverse effects are not in themselves a relevant consideration. And I'm not sure, I don't know what that means, but to me it's very important. If I lose my property values, it's very important. But you've brought up the City Rail Link limited case. And the City Rail Limited case is this: the largest infrastructure project in New Zealand history that I'm aware of. Not related to it, this has no similarities to a minor 10. We're talking about a project that's far more expensive than Harbour Bridge, far more expensive than Manapori Dam. We're talking about a project that involved compulsory acquisition of over $30 million worth of property involving, I don't want to say how many homes. So there's no similarities between the City Rail Link, in my opinion, not being a lawyer, and sticking the minor 10 near my house. Now, adverse effects on land and property values. And Fraser Cosgrove's submission, he states that Rolleston has a pressing specific need of a hardware store. So I've said, let's instead look at other suburbs that Fraser did not. And so I did a Google search of the most desirable suburbs in Christchurch and Auckland. And these suburbs directly correlate to higher amenity values, higher property prices, higher average household income. So you'd think that would be a good market. So I've listed Christchurch, Mount Pleasant, Pendleton, Avon Head, Mirrorvale, Hunsbury, Auckland, Riviera, Herne Bay, Mission Bay, Devonport, St. Helens. Every single one of those have in common. They don't have a 1 in 10 because they are 1 in 10 and they're suburb. They don't have large format retail in their suburb. So for Clyde Fraser Cosgrove to speak from Auckland, I think to Auckland, and state that we have a pressing specific need, no one's asked for it. And you would see here that the people that live in the areas with high amenity values don't want it. Is that clear?
Yeah, just talk about some of those that we've identified, although, for example, Maryborough, that's got Maryborough Mall.
Not large format retail. I have nothing against shops. I used to travel the world. You know, we love going to shops, but I don't travel the world to go to large format retail.
Okay, so Ingleton, the supermarket.
Yeah, I'm not saying anything against super. I'm talking about large format retail in my team. We all have supermarkets. We all have supermarkets. But I'm talking specifically about my team there. Anyway, I don't believe there's a minor team in any one of those suburbs. This here, unfortunately, is something else I wanted to discuss, because that's my thoughts, because I'm the only person who's speaking for residents. Every submitter, both expert and permanent residents and experts have all said, as they say at the top, in support of my team, well, Pack and Save is going there, so we might as well have Pack and Save. We might as well have my team. And the experts have also said it'd be incongruous to have a minor team in the area, but Pack and Save is there, so we might as well. I believe it's almost unanimous that they've all said it'd be incongruous to have a minor team in that area, but for the fact that Pack and Save is already there. So I feel that that's pushing. The elephant in the room, the process is heavily biased against homeowners. Everyone else here today in this room is being paid, except for the homeowners, it turns out it's anyway. The submission process was subpar, and we bought houses as the land was zoned residential. That's how I thought it. It feels like a bait and switch that we must now have large format retail. My team and their experts have proffered a variety of reasons why they cannot go into the I zone, even though other hardware stores are there, placemakers, and perhaps potentially Bunnings, and other businesses like dance and drama that are far less industrial have gone there. The land is available. Evidence and experts can confirm that residents will lose property value. Oh, sorry, I want to go back also to your Kiwi Rail thing. Well, I won't go back, but I mentioned the Kiwi Rail. The full quote that was not put on the Pack and Save submission, I read the Kiwi Rail case. The full note said, quote, said that property, a drop in amenity values in and of themselves should not be considered. It said in and of themselves, which means that it should be considered, just not without context. And also, after that paragraph, it went on to say that in fact, properties in the area might appreciate because they were doing significant above ground upgrades on the stations. So they were saying that loss of amenity values was just a fear and not realised. So again, not similar to this case where I don't think there's going to be any property appreciation due to the minor team other than the appreciation of this particular property if it gets rezoned. There's zero provable, so there is zero provable benefit for the residents across measurable metrics like noise, pollution, traffic, residential urban appeal. All benefits, so when you talk in the submission about the benefits, all the benefits seem to accrue solely for the Smith family. And nowhere else in the entire country of New Zealand that I'm aware of has a minor team been placed in a residential setting like this. So we're setting a precedent here today. And there are a couple of slides almost done. One positive benefit that has been mentioned of the minor team is jobs, which I appreciate and understand, but invariably they're minimum wage jobs. And as you can see here, my team has had to be forced to pay a living wage. So here, I've got a comment here. Where does Rolleston currently sit in terms of average household income? I was surprised by this. They were actually behind the rest of New Zealand. This is a document put out by the council where they've They've addressed the fact that we are behind the rest of New Zealand with average household income, and they want to address that. And I don't feel that the way to address that is to bring 250 minimum wage jobs into the area based upon open safe and waging. They've also talked about the council becoming a knowledge capital and creating an innovation district. You can't create an innovation district when you create a precedent for sticking large format retail in a residential area. That, and that's all I have to say at the moment of time.
All right, you've struggled with the end of part one.
I've got lots more to say, I just don't have all the time. I mean, I'd like to talk about the district plan and the policies in the district plan, which are being overwritten. When they talk about considering that a development has to be in the character of the location. I don't know how you could possibly say that 1 of 10 is in the character of the location.
What better you want to write? Okay, I'm interested in the number of things raised. We won't get debate about my interpretation of the case law in terms of property issues on the second side, because that, of course, deal as part of the environment. You understand that?
I do. Well, from a legal point of view, what I would be clear on is that amenity values equals property values. Any loss in amenity value is reflected in a loss of property value. That's all. That's my understanding. Right. So if this development could be perceived as being neutral in terms of its impact on amenity values, then that would be okay. But I think it's not.
In terms of the photographs you've shown of the landscaping and the simulations of that online. So you are saying they will show those renders show trees which are essentially the same height as the minor 10, or they should.
That's what it looks like. Yes. And I can find no example of that. I've only looked in Christchurch and Auckland as the two biggest, most obvious symptoms, but I can find no examples of that.
So the effects on you directly, and with my consideration, it's not limited to matters which are impact on something directly. But in terms of the impacts on you directly, what are those?
That my kids cannot scooter to their friend's place unsupervised. Now, once that development is finished. Now, you might say, oh, there'll be road markings and things like that, and the trucks will move in. Evidence will say that it's going to be too dangerous for young kids to walk around that site and the way they do currently. So that's how it impacts me currently. And it also impacts me of the unfairness, which is the fact that, as I say, it can go in the eyes of everyone wants 1 of 10. Everyone I've spoken to wants 1 of 10, and they just automatically assume it was going into the ISO. And if it's good enough, but they, I mean, if I was placemakers who recently opened last year, I'd be upset. I'd be saying, well, let's shut down this store and move it into Rolleston. Why is it okay for 1 of 10 to be in the residential? And placemakers, is their policy that, do they have a policy that they should be in a subpar environment? Is what 1 of 10 is saying. And the expert yesterday, I mean, about location. He said it would be suboptimal for us not to be on this site. It would be suboptimal for everyone else in the I zone who didn't know that they could set up a business at the back of their house. And when the expert yesterday talked about location, that was the same consideration I had when I bought my house. Location. No one when they go shopping for property on Tradeway says, how close is it to a 19?
So you 5 times visit, we have 5 times a week visits to the ozone, they are all for children related activities.
And I work in the ozone as well.
Okay. Whereabouts in the ozone do you work?
On a railway road. So I work there. But my wife, when I say 5 trucks, those are parent trucks. Sometimes my wife got that door here. So if you want to talk about co-located shops, if the dance school was next to the supermarket, yes, I pop into the supermarket, do my grocery shopping, all the dollars a day. Far higher probability of that happening than
In terms of the other, activities that you referred to, so you had the gymnastics,
there's gymnastics, martial arts. And my daughter doesn't do martial arts, but it's next door, dance and drama.
but whereabouts in the ozone house? Because I'm doing the side of it, so.
Detroit places. But I just drive there, so it's right down the back of the sign, down the back of the ozone. It's the 2 dance studios. As I say, we'll recognise with winning business of the year for the salary. That's pretty fantastic.
So your friends, travel, on the street or whatever around your area. Do they go near the Lincoln Rolleston Road or those, arterial roads?
Yes, because of the lower traffic and the lower development, you can cross that road, halfway up by just running across without needing controlled traffic.
No, crossings there or are there?
No, it's going, I have business that need to be. I do run that. All the people with my team have said, once we have my team, we're going to make the same. That's not going to stop here. The next thing will be, you might have a bank store, one a team, that we've already got. What's to stop commercial large format sport from happening? Once the door has been opened.
We've got, obviously there are a number of, mechanisms which contribute to limitation to the outline of and, the text in terms of what way it should limit on the inside.
But doesn't this actually fail? Hasn't it already failed?
No,
That's why there's a variation. Already got told that the land's open.
that's right, I don't quite understand that, and I'll ask the question, so, but what I'm saying is that you've looked at the outline development plan, for example, and what's actually identified as going on to that site.
Yes.
And that's the package over stored that or and my tent or some program related.
Yeah.
So anything.
Yeah, so yes. So I don't answer any question.
No, so anything else would be subject to the assessment office.
I know. But they will use that as a precedent to say,
Or a precedent in granting this, even with the. So that, how much of a concern is that issue for you?
When we moved here to Rolleston, I thought it had a unique opportunity. Unlike anywhere else I've seen in New Zealand, there possibly are examples, unlike anything I've seen, the residential is located south of the railway line. Work opportunities are located north of the railway line. It's a unique and I think an ideal living environment. You live it. Yeah, you have your churches close to your house, you have your churches, your shops, your cafes, all of that. But I thought that large format retail would go where the councils do would go.
You know, in states, can occur in the town centre zone, for example.
It never has that. It doesn't make, I mean, these things possibly can happen. It doesn't make a very different planning to do so. And this site, as I say, is 13 houses away from the existing supermarket, and it's 1 block away from the town centre. So it essentially isn't. Maybe not by definition, but walking distance from the town centre. And yeah, under urban planning, they talk about a walkable city. Thinking something like this in the middle of it, means that they'll be there. That's what's right. It means that there will be an possibility for a walkable city.
And that's as a result of the issues you've identified with children, for example.
Well, the numerous truck and trailers and heavy transport, which could have been kept on the north side.
Have you looked at in terms of progress, have you looked at the proposed rules and those things, or?
Not in depth, no, not in depth.
Wherever he could be available.
If you want to challenge any of it.
No, I'm just asking if they'll be available so I can consider them at the decision making stage.
Sure.
Can you make that available through the district council? Yeah, so they're assisting me and of course they'll be assisting them as well. But this is a public process, so you've given that evidence.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, it is public. I suppose there's nothing I can do, and I stand behind everything that I see. Okay. But do you feel that my team are given a right to apply that I'm not?
No, that's because we come in the process. The way it works. At least, the right of reply is just that it's to reply to them. I'll just check any other matters that are here. Don't even push. But what I will say is that I appreciate your opinion and your evidence has been thorough, well prepared, and it will be completely considered about my local. So I appreciate your opinion. The report.
So I feel comfortable with things with the various experts. They'll either be present or online. Be comfortable with that order, then Mr. Boyd available online, I understand. Okay.
Mr. Boy, you're online, you can hear me?
Yes, sir, I can.
Boy, you there?
Yes, I am, sir. Yep, can you hear me? Can you hear me in the room?
No, it's working. Can you hear me okay?
I can, sir. Yes. Can you hear me?
You. We can't hear you at the moment. You,
Okay, I will. Can you hear me now? I have tried with and without headphones. Can anyone hear me now? You can hear me. So someone can hear me. I could hear you. I cannot hear you anymore.
No, that's blocking that one.
Oh, I can hear you now.
Wonderful.
all right, you can hear me?
Yes, I can, sir. Yes.
Okay, very good. Right, what I was saying is, you've got your summary of evidence that you've provided.
Yes, sir.
Can you just take me through that, starting from 3.2?
3.2, so yes. So I shall read that out then. On the matter of retail distribution effects, Mr. Colgrave and I agree that the proposal will not give rise to any significant retail distribution effects or adversely impact the role and function of the town centre, zone or other centres. 3.3, I had raised the issue that there was, at the time of my evidence being written, permitted capacity for a substantial presence of food and beverage outlets in the plan change area under that proposed rule. That was picked up in the officer's report, which recommended to manage the number of ancillary food and beverage activities on site by limiting them to a maximum of 2 outlets and I think there's been some confusion. I was not clear myself on what the total maximum was. I've heard clarification this morning that the total was 250 square meters in aggregate, I think, sir. So that would equate to effectively 2 of 125 square meters each. When writing my summary statement, I had interpreted as being 500 square meters in total, so potentially 2 of 250 each. I would be comfortable with that higher number, 500 square meters in aggregate, but having heard the clarification this morning that the intent was 250 square meters in aggregate, that being a lower number gives rise to even less concern, so I would be also comfortable with that lower number. Moving on to paragraph 3.4, I understand from the evidence of Mr. Colgrave and Mr. Allen that the proponent has accepted those recommended changes to LFRZ 4.4, and accordingly I'm now satisfied that the potential economic effects of food and beverage activities on the site will be appropriately avoided by that condition. Mr. Colgrave's evidence confirms the position previously stated in his company's economic assessment, Appendix H of the application, in relation to other economics issues. In my evidence in chief, I stated that I agreed with the following matters in that assessment, and I continue to agree with them now. And so those were, firstly, that there is a need for the requested large format retail zone. While there are some alternative location options for the activity proposed to be enabled in the LFRZ, those alternatives are inferior from a commercial perspective compared to the plan change area. So I accept Mr. Colgrave's position on that, and zoning the whole plan change area as LFRZ would be appropriate, even if there are other places which could feasibly accommodate a Mitre 10. So I do differ from Mr. Colgrave on that matter. I think there are other places in Rolleston where a Mitre 10 could establish. They may be less commercially desirable for the operator, but I think that would be possible locations to run a store from.
Okay. Just when since you've raised that point, when does it become an economics issue, or just a question of preference, if you like, in terms of maximising returns? If you understand the question.
Well, I suppose for you, sir, when you are weighing up all of the relevant factors and the effects from different disciplines and traffic and all those other things, urban design, etc. All of those factors become relevant to you making your decision about whether a Mitre 10 is appropriate in this location. If it can locate somewhere else and there are effects which are of concern, which indicate that it possibly shouldn't be in this location, then I suppose that speak to that, in my opinion, that Rolleston would not necessarily be without a Mitre 10 should this current application be unsuccessful. From an economics perspective, I think really it only becomes relevant and changing from a commercial effect to an economics effect if retail distribution effects are more than minor, and I don't consider that they will be. And as it stands, I don't think there are any economic reasons why the proposal shouldn't succeed, but there may be other reasons.
And just on that point, since we're talking about it, in terms of profitability, that's I'm just trying to understand where profitability becomes an economic matter or an economic benefit, if you like, as opposed to just a.
I don't think the profitability of the store, or viewed another way, how much money the store will make, will be an economic issue at all. What may be an economic issue is whether the lack of profitability makes the store uneconomic to establish in this in Rolleston at all, or in Selwyn. And if that was then going to disadvantage the community through having inadequate access to hardware, goods, and services, then that may be an economic consideration. I haven't done any assessment as to whether the store would be commercially feasible to establish in another location within Rolleston, for an example, in iZone. I mean, I can infer from the fact that Bunnings has a consent to establish north of the railway that such a location, being slightly further away from the population centre, isn't a critical failing of that location, and therefore that Mitre 10 might be able to find somewhere else in that vicinity. But I don't know that that is a relevant consideration for you, sir. And based on the effects of the store in this location, I don't have any concern with the type or scale of economic effects that will arise.
Right, you can, carry on.
Thank you. So I was up to point C of paragraph 3.5. The creation of the proposed large format zone may induce some expansion of commercial activity into the residential area along Macefield Drive between the plan change area and the town centre. I concluded that such an effect would be minor, that is in economics terms, and overall the proposal will contribute to a well-functioning urban environment, including because it would avoid urban expansion. So perhaps I'll just expand on that slightly while I'm on this point. I listened to Mr. Colgrave yesterday, and he seemed to be quite strongly of the opinion that it would be unfeasible for such call it ribbon expansion along Macefield Drive to occur. I disagree with him, even just based on empirical observations of along Tennyson Street and how comparable conversion of residential dwellings built at a similar time to the Macefield dwellings. Those dwellings were demolished and turned into two-story commercial buildings along Tennyson Street, and that's all happened within the last 5 years. So if it was possible less than a kilometre away in a fairly comparable sort of environment, I think it would be feasible to do so, although notwithstanding and acknowledging the non-complying status along Macefield Drive may make it challenging from a planning point of view to do so. Point D of 3.5, applying a large format zone to the plan change area would not, in my opinion, conflict with the intent of the regional policy statement 6.2.1a. And accordingly, I agree with Mr. Colgrave's conclusion that removing a portion of plan-enabled residential land in this location will have no material effect on the district's overall residential land supply, because there is some reasonably significant residential supply in the pipeline and already zoned. Paragraph 3.6, no new economics issues have been raised in expert evidence from submitters, and accordingly, subject to the agreed changes to the LFRZ 4.4, in my opinion, there are no matters of outstanding matters of concern from an economics perspective. In my opinion, the applicant has adequately assessed the appropriateness of the PPC area being changed to a large format retail zoning, and the anticipated economics outcomes are appropriate and are effectively managed by the proposed provisions. The request is consistent with the direction of framework of the CRPS, NPSUD, and the partially operative district plan, insofar as those documents relate to urban growth and relevant economics matters. There are a number of positive aspects of the request, and overall I support the request from an economics perspective.
Okay, so just we'll move on, just so I can get an opinion, but just a brief summary of those positive aspects.
Yes, so one will be providing additional supply of hardware type activities, and supermarkets. I mean, the plan change does relate to the supermarket and the trade supply store, but because the supermarket is already consented and underway, Mr. Colgrave and I have both focused our attention more on the mitre 10 aspect of things, I guess. So improving X. Sorry, go on.
Just on the basis that the pack and save is already there, basically. So
Yes.
wouldn't count like the economic benefits of that.
No, but I mean the economic benefits, I suppose, are comparable to the pack and save, and those are that access to retail will be improved. So to the pack and save and to the mitre 10, without having the mitre 10. Rolleston residents really at the moment reliant on going either to the placemakers or travelling to Christchurch. And as Mr. Colgrave notes, avoided travel to Christchurch will have benefits in terms of travel efficiencies and greenhouse gases, etc. I haven't quantified those, but they will be significant in terms of how they mount up over time. There will be some additional local employment and improved access to improved access. So those are the main benefits. Mr. Colgrave did lay them out in his assessment, and I agree with his consideration of those.
You hear the last submitter, the last submitter?
Yes, I did. So yes.
He raised points in terms of, for example, Hornby being 9 minutes away. And in terms of the land to the north of the highway, he discussed the nature of the businesses that are established there, including gymnasiums and various other dance, music, etc. And the fact that they go, basically, he works there, but the family goes there five times a week. So is that relevant to you? I think that the reason, from a resident's perspective, almost 5 minutes away from where they are, and that they access the other side of the highway regularly in any event.
Yeah, I think there has been talk about the synergies of locating the mitre 10 next to the pack and save, and how people will be able to, I suppose, cross shop on those trips. I haven't seen any research about that, but I take the lay submitter's point about the fact that I think often trips to those two store brands would probably be usually taken independently and less frequently on a same trip to undertake a multi-purpose trip. So I take his point on that, but that means that I think mitre 10 would tend usually to be a more of a destinational trip, which means that people are, I mean, while they could combine their travel to Christchurch for other purposes with a trip to the mitre 10 in Hornby or elsewhere, and they may do so because I suppose it would be much more efficient to undertake a multi-purpose trip when travelling into Christchurch than the alternative of taking separate trips for separate purposes. I think there is some merit to that thought that yeah, if you're passing and you're in the area for other purposes, then you may visit the mitre 10 north of the railway when you're going to drop children at dance lessons, or when you're going to the large format retail centre, which is proposed there. So there is that possibility, but I think there's also the strong likelihood that mitre 10 is a bit more of a destinational trip. And I mean, on that, I suppose that the benefits of co-locating with the pack and save may be overstated, but I mean they share synergies in terms of a type of building format and need for car parking and that sort of thing. So there are other ways that co-locating will derive benefits for the businesses and I suppose for the population as well.
The submitter raised, and I'm not suggesting that there's any, that's accurate what he raised in terms of pay rates, but I mean, is the nature of the jobs that are established by proposal relevant from an economics perspective?
Only to a very small degree, sir. I think the fact that there is employment, the difference between very high paying employment or low paying employment could be relevant, but it's going to make a fairly minor difference, I suppose. I think probably of greater importance is considering the sort of broader development trajectory that Rolleston is on, and that as the town grows in size, and it is projected to grow by a significant amount over time, it really does need to become more self-sufficient and less reliant on Christchurch. And this is one element of the way that Rolleston can become more self-sufficient. And there are other ways that it needs to become more self-sufficient as well, and that includes things like office employment. And there have been recent developments with the community facilities in the town, the medical centre, those sort of things that had been missing for quite a while when the town had already been at a size that it could support those activities. And I suppose their arrival lagged when they were needed. I think hardware supplies is needed now. And the fact that some other sort of higher paying employment could locate on the site instead doesn't mean that it needs to be instead, because it could be as well. And this proposal will help to, I suppose, increase that breadth and depth of offering in Rolleston and contributes to that degree of self-sufficiency.
In 312, we talk about the high degree, the certainty of outcome is something that you discuss and have a high degree of confidence in that certainty of outcome.
Yes.
Why is that such an issue from an economic perspective, or why is that an issue from an economic perspective?
I suppose the way the rules are drafted, it allows for a large supermarket and a large trade supplier. The trade supplier doesn't have to be a mitre 10, but there are very few other trade suppliers that would be 6,000 square metres plus, which would be prepared to occupy that sort of size tenancy. So the certainty means that you as a decision maker know what is very likely to go in there, as opposed to if there were no such rules and it could be 6,000 square metres of 400 square metre tenancies, and there were a whole bunch of smaller large format retail tenancies, then that would have a much different potential effect on the town centre and other centres in Selwyn. because there would be, firstly, the tenants that go into those tenancies would be unknown. And secondly, they could be exactly the type of tenants that are located in the town centre now. As it stands, there's very little, call it competitive overlap between a Mitre 10 and the type of businesses that are located in the town centre. So while the Mitre 10 does sell some sort of elements of clothing, safety clothing or gumboots, etc., those sort of products, looking at things at a product level, form a very small part of what the town centre is all about. So there isn't really that competitive overlap between a Mitre 10 and businesses in the town centre, and that is the key reason why there is very little risk of retail distribution effects arising from the Mitre 10.
Food and beverage, but we'll discuss those. But 317, that's the issue we've just been discussing in terms of the types of activities, the surety there, talked about 317. That's the matter we've just been discussing.
Yes, sir. Yes.
And in paragraph 321, we talk about Bunnings and Mitre 10. What I take from that is that any effects on Bunnings would simply be trade competition effects, not anything like retail distribution.
Correct. Yes.
Chief, let's go ahead and move further.
Yes, sir.
But basically, drive that was discussed that, and in terms of your discussion about what happened on Tennyson Street. Residential property is basically being required and converted to commercial.
Yes. So as I understand, they were all individually owned residential parcels, sort of average size, I guess, 600 square meters each. And I did read some part of my evidence. I think there were sort of in the order of 10 to 12 such parcels, all individually owned, that were aggregated, bought up, I guess, over time, and developed into commercial buildings in several sort of tranches of development to get to the point where now there is quite a stretch of that Tennyson Street frontage, which is fronts those buildings opposite where you are now. And they were all residential dwellings historically, and being well located, I suppose, sort of on the fringe of the town centre, in a busy location. There was some desirability of that land for commercial activity to locate there, and those existing residential dwellings at the time were worth less to developers than what the commercial buildings were worth, and so that pressure resulted in commercial buildings developing.
That was all I had for you, questions. So I appreciate your assistance. And I'll let you get on with your day.
Very good. Thank you, sir.
Next.
Mr. Black next. Online.
Black Manson, can you hear me?
Yes, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Welcome. Now, I don't anticipate it will be very long. But you prepared a summary, and if you could start reading that in paragraph 4.
Certainly. So this is, so just to confirm, from the basis of design allowances?
You starting that by starting paragraph 4. Exactly.
Certainly. So there are several, and I'll read that verbatim, sir. There are several factors in values which are relied on when determining the water supply and wastewater flows, loads, and demand. These are the peak water supply demand for a domestic household of 0.23 litres per second, household connection in accordance with the Council Engineering Code of Practice, section 741, and a minimum point of supply at boundary pressure of 310 kilopascals. Next, the peak wastewater discharge of 0.34 litres per second per hectare in accordance with Council's Wastewater Master Plan. Next, that the existing network has sufficient capacity to provide for domestic household water supply demands and receive domestic wastewater discharges and trade waste within Council's Trade Waste Bylaws 2021. Next, existing demand design basis of 110 household units based on a site area of 7.3 hectares at 15 households per hectare. 5. I've compared where appropriate the existing design basis against that for a commercial development of the 7.3 hectare site. I've reviewed Mr. Thielman's statement of evidence and noted where I agree or otherwise with this in the matters of water supply and wastewater. I've considered stormwater treatment and disposal, identifying a potential future matter related to the proposed Broadlands Drive and Lincoln Rolleston Road intersection design, as it is illustrated in the concept plans contained in Council submitted evidence. Otherwise, stormwater conveyance, treatment and disposal can be considered via resource consent. Water supply, drinking water. Council is required to take a prudent approach when managing connections to its network to ensure supply remains in accordance with consent limits and levels of service statements. Council has allowed for a domestic drinking water supply demand of 25.2 litres per second for the site based on 7.3 hectares and 15 households, and 0.23 litres per second per household unit, which is peak. Staying within this demand is essential, as demand from adjacent land must also be met to ensure levels of service that are achieved.
In terms of that issue, you've obviously been involved in the witness conferencing as well. So that, to a degree, that takes addresses the issues, doesn't it? And essentially because it's been council's prepared or carries out its functions on the basis of 15 households per hectare of that land, that allocation is available in essence for this activity.
Yes, for the current activity, they which is households, it is certainly available, and the network's been designed on that basis. May I continue?
Really different. I mean, that water is allocated for that purpose, so that does the change in zoning make any difference to that?
The allocation, if you like, stays. The area has pumps and pipe work which will maintain a pressure and a flow for that area. This application essentially requires a lower area demand, and so the council's network can service that demand a bit, and I believe I cover it elsewhere. It will not provide for a fire flow at a commercial rate. And I believe Mr. Thielman and I were in agreement about that and how they might deal with that of our on-site fire systems.
Just in terms of wastewater, to go on to the next, can you sort of update me on what's happening at Pines? I know that you chief talked about the population basis that it was based on, etc., and where it was at, that there is further process, further expansion, but that will require a further process. I'm just reading recently, and it's can't say it's fact, but reading recently that there have been issues raised in terms of nitrate loading, etc., from that plant into groundwater.
Sorry.
No. So that the Pines is presently illustrating some issues with capacity. Is that a fair?
Okay, so sir, I'll answer that latter question. So the Pines, there is no doubt that with the growth rates that Selwyn's experiencing, the Pines is subject to continuous upgrades, additions of treatment unit processes, clarification, biological treatment, UV systems. That program is being delivered by council, and they have a number of people working on that. I am unable to talk fully about that capital works program. I know at a higher level how it is proceeding, and it is proceeding at pace. I would say generally they're delivering just in time, on a just in time basis, and that is sufficient. If I may go to your other matter about nitrogen, or do you want to leave that to one side?
No, if we can go to one side, it's really just a question of
Yep.
In terms of your evidence and in terms of the matters arising from the West, no structural constraint. Is that a fair summary?
That's a fair.
Yeah, in terms of wastewater, drinking water, in terms of wastewater drinking water in particular.
There are no constraints from this specific application.
Can I take you to, if you go to your paragraph 15 now of your summary?
Yes.
Yeah, and if you can commence reading again from there, I think I've got a very clear understanding of wastewater. So we can move on from that to the water supply and paragraph 15.
Thank you. So water supply 15. Mr. Thielman's statement in 7A notes that the land would be developed as a commercial activity where land is an industrial or commercial zone, then it must be developed in accordance with the Council's Code of Practice 7.42, business zones in an on-demand water supply area. This specifies that a minimum flow rate of 1 litre per second per hectare be provided. This equates to a minimum demand of 7.3 litres per second over the site. Mr. Thielman notes in 23 that the estimated daily water use is 20 cubic metres per day. However, it is not clear how this was arrived at. I've therefore undertaken an assessment independently of Mr. Thielman. I've referred to Watercare's Code of Practice, version 2.4 for guidance. The design water flow allowance for proposed activity is 15 litres per day per net square metre of floor area. I've estimated the gross floor area to be 18,417 square metres, and I've calculated the net floor area to be 2,763 square metres based on an adopted net floor area of 15% of the gross floor area. I've calculated a water demand of 41.5 cubic metres per day based on 2,763 square metres times 15 litres per day per square metre. This is greater than Mr. Thielman's assessment in 15 above, but is sensitive to the extent of net floor area. I've derived my derived value is double that of Mr. Thielman's value. Wastewater. 21. I agree that the use of NZD 1547, table H4, at 50 litres per person per day is appropriate in this matter. Mr. Thielman's statement provides estimates of wastewater discharges as follows. Domestic wastewater discharge from the property, 95 staff, 50 litres per person per day, equating to 4.75 cubic metres per day, and trade waste discharge of 5 cubic metres per day, excluding the Mitre 10 Cafe domestic wastewater component. Mr. Thielman concludes that the total average flow is 0.113 litres per second, excluding domestic wastewater discharge from the cafe. I do not agree that the provision of average sewer flows provides sufficient clarity for Council to assess the effect of the proposed discharge on its network. Assessment of peaking factors must be applied to account for operating hours, the impact of rainfall on the wastewater, and the impact of rainfall on the wastewater system. I've applied peaking factors in accordance with Council's Code of Practice and refer to equation 641, equation 1. Peaking average ratio of 2.5, dry weather diurnal peaking ratio, and storm peaking factor of 1.6, deep groundwater table, or 2.4 for shallow groundwater table. Please note that no further densification has been allowed for. That would be an additional factor, sir. I've calculated the peak wet weather flow at 0.678 litres per second based on Mr. Thielman's provided 0.113 litres per second, a peak average ratio of 2.5, and shallow groundwater peaking factor of 2.4. This is equivalent to 0.678 over 7.3 or 0.093 litres per second per hectare. On this basis, the applicant's commercial discharges can be accommodated within the existing council network. However, the applicant should provide further information related to additional flow from the cafe. stormwater. I have noted that stormwater conveyance, treatment and disposal can be addressed through resource consents and at a later stage. I have been made aware of the council's submission to variation to Mr. Lawn on the 14th of the 3rd, 25, where it has identified a possible location for the extension to Broadlands Drive. And I refer to the concept drawing. Bisecting the area identified in the applicant's information pack as their stormwater treatment and disposal area. Without undertaking a more detailed assessment, I am concerned that the location and scale of Broadlands Drive in this concept design could make stormwater management unfeasible.
Just pause you there if I can. Now, in the JWS, that issue wasn't agreed in terms of methodology for stormwater treatment. But
No, in a joint via, if I may, via joint conferencing, we didn't have enough information, I believe, both of us at that time. I was referring to a concept drawing, and I said, this is the information I have. I believe it looks like a stormwater basin area. And I believe Mr. Thielman and I agreed to put it to one side, though, sir, I did listen in on his statements yesterday. And given two factors, one is that this is normally addressed through resource consent, and council's comfortable with that at a later stage. The other factor is that I believe he's indicated, and he did discuss with me the potential during a joint conferencing, that treatment could be managed in other ways through other technologies and systems, and he referred to pack and save systems. That again, in my experience, sounds like at the concept level, a viable option around treatment through proprietary systems. Again, though, I wish to note that council is generally comfortable addressing that at the resource consent stage.
that's a resource consent rather than building consent stage.
That's correct. Resource consent for stormwater management, discharge, treatment discharge.
So, to summarise your summary, then you should your conclusion there are no issues in relation to your area or expertise that cause any difficulties in relation to those matters.
That's correct. We see no issues with water supply, wastewater. We both, and I noted that it may be required that trade waste consent is required, but we didn't see any impediment at all with that, given Mr. Thielman's statements during the joint conferencing.
But can be addressed at resource consent stage.
Sorry, sir, it's a little hard to hear you, but you also, I think you were talking about stormwater, were you?
Yeah, stormwater treatment can be addressed at resource consent.
Yes.
Right. So no concerns from your perspective in terms of your area of expertise.
That's correct, sir.
All right, thank you. Okay, well, listen, I'll yeah, I've found your evidence helpful, and I've found the conferencing and JWS that came from that helpful. So I appreciate your assistance, and I'll let you get on with your day.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Right. Copy,
Afternoon.
Are you looking for here summary?
No, the logic was that the work with the statement essentially covered the matters I would have in a summary, so it would have been a repetition.
Okay. Can we just go to that JWSC?
Yes.
It's, I mean, it's clear there's been a significant amount of agreement. I think there are no areas of disagreement with you, or between you, but I am still interested in the potential break in the eastern boundary. So if you can just talk me through that, how that could be addressed from an acoustic perspective.
Yes, yeah, it's an interesting one because from a fundamental acoustic point of view, of how the noise limits work, where the noise limits apply at the site's receiving sound and will be as they are outlined under the plan. And so having a break in that area in principle doesn't lead to more noise or non-compliances. It just leads to a more complicated problem to solve in terms of people operating on the site and how they will achieve compliance with those limits. Yeah, in the joint winner statement, we talked about it being difficult to sort of get into the nitty-gritty of that without understanding exactly what we might be talking about physically in terms of how big a break might be and where along the boundary would occur. In very general terms, the barriers are effective from an acoustic point of view by blocking line of sight between the noise source and the noise receiver. So the first option, if you were to have a break in the barrier, would be to try to replicate that effect in some other way, and sort of overlapping barriers or having something staggered would be one way to do that. As to how that might look and what other options there might be, yeah, when we come down to the detail of where this break was and what the noise sources were that were in close proximity to it, and if there were other ways you could screen them or set them back or arrange those sites so as to move those sources further away from property and approval.
So that could work out at a resource consent. So that
Yes.
But you're satisfied that there are working methods that if it was raised, then purely from an acoustic perspective, including by taking what have you. Your view is it's likely to be methods that could address the issue.
Yes, from an acoustics point of view, and yeah, having no understanding of what the sort of knock-on effects might be in terms of how the site could be utilised in that area.
The key, the receiving right, reading your evidence and the other acoustic evidence, that's important, but it's really the receiving of the zone and the environment there. And it also relates to that, which is really critical. So they have to be achieved no matter what's happening on the site.
Yes. Yeah, that was a change that was made in the new plan and has gradually been, I guess, introduced as normal in second generation plans around the country, where the noise limits which apply are dictated by the zone receiving the noise. And it just sorts out, I guess, situations like this where the zoning of a site changes, but that doesn't have any impact on how a neighbour should be protected. And there's also other advantages, like in terms of noise limits applying at which side of a road, fences are easiest. yeah, it's the normal.
And you're WS, there are methods to ensure that happens.
Yes.
You had experience in team type operation.
Yes.
What if anything is different than say a supermarket? You wouldn't have the refrigeration issues and those sorts of things. I imagine.
That's right. That is a like you said, a key area in terms of noise for both of those activities is deliveries, larger vehicles coming and going. And yes, you're right. Something unique about supermarkets is refrigeration units are high on truck, which are harder to screen and can lead to complicated discussions about whether they can or can't be turned off or that type of thing. So that yes, there's a difference. There's a positive.
Just in your experience, and you made on whether you've come across any noise issues relating to ancillary hospitality on these sorts of areas.
There's nothing that springs to mind, but it's something that gets assessed in these type of proposals, on the plans. But in terms of a situation that has arisen after something is still operating. No, I think often perhaps it would be arranged for commercial reasons with those aspects, facing the car park road sort of side, not that back in the face with the neighbours where the issues can be worked with.
In terms of your reading, it may have been overtaken, but you expressed some concern but equitable concern. For a trade-based and 12, for a trade-based retail activity based on the NDA, RFO wants to understand that some of the statements of the NDA, 19 February 2004 would not be considered thorny again before such an activity was established. So is that related after the mechanical part issue?
It's related, yes, and I think some of it is just me struggling to understand the planning framework and how it actually would all transpire in reality. And planners have considered the same sort of issue. And so what I was struggling with was that Mr. Hayes' report, yes, was written seemingly off his understanding that there would be a subsequent redelicacy process and a noise assessment report would be produced, and perhaps a condition would be placed on the consent around the mechanical plant further reviewed. And I didn't know in this case for a restricted discretionary activity whether that is would they apply for consent. The council says please provide a noise report, or says about a condition relating to plant noise. Is that something which could happen under the discretionary process, given the matters of discretion for the listener?
And is that concern being increased?
No, fundamentally, I'm still unclear about that. I guess in any case, the noise limits are what they are and would apply whether a report was submitted with an application or not. And so I think I raised it because it seemed to be an implicit assumption in the page report, not so much because I was very concerned it would lead to a problematic outcome.
Okay, but the general rules provide that degree of the general assessment of the neighbouring site that provides the degree of comfort.
Yes, the rules need to be complied.
In terms of the sufficient noise, traffic noise raised. Yeah, did you have any comment on that?
Not beyond my paragraph 19, which I guess the gist of it is, though in all areas of noise, you need quite large changes in things before the noise would even increase. Because how the scale works. And so when Mr. Hay talked about a possible 2 decibel increase in general traffic noise in the area, yeah, from my perspective, that is easy to understand how and why that would be the case. It does represent more vehicles using the road network, but reflects the fact that noise levels actually increase relatively slowly. And so the point I was, I guess, trying to make on paragraph 19 was, some of these roads which are perceived as busy roads, which have light and heavy vehicles on them at most times, will continue to be perceived as that busy roads, light and heavy vehicles. Yeah, which is why I come to characterising it increasingly modest in the character, really staying the same in the area.
Issue timing to address this as well, but the submitters raised the noise rather than weekends being essentially quiet. Because they don't have the obviously the community traffic. And this operating 7 days a week. So and then might think it's going to change that noise environment. Do you agree?
It seemed like an interesting point, so I did delve into the traffic count data for weekdays versus weekends and trends, and just refining the sentence about that. Yes, and it did seem correct that there's less heavy vehicle activity on weekends, generally in those areas of the Rolleston. But the number of vehicle movements remains high. So, or around the proportion of vehicles not being 10%, but being yes, so it reassured me that it's not the case that it's the ghost town on the weekends and that's really what we get this.
In terms of the ambient noise, how that's been factored in, because that hasn't been taken into account in the assessments that we carry out as the background was essentially
Yeah, that was one of the sort of minor things that I underlined when I read through Mr. Hayes' summary, and because the focus has been on compliance, and the ambient noise isn't relevant to that, other than people on site trying to determine if something complies, you have to work around the ambient noise. And yes, I don't recall that there's been measurements of the ambient noise, and I wasn't sure that the ambient noise from activities other than those on this site, the suggestion that it might be elevated across that boundary to the northeast. I wasn't sure was a very strong point, because I don't think there will be much ambient noise there once it's a visible. Reassurance in terms of noise piece is legally compliant with the limits. It's not an extra factor in this case that it's thinking about.
All right, well, that's all I had, so thank you for coming out. But yeah, I appreciate the team. Mr. Karen now, or you happy to come up now? And have a chat?
To do it for lunch.
Yeah.
Very well, that's what happened.
Right, give you me a minute and I'll stop around. Right, so your supplementary statement of evidence, that's in your summary.
Yes, it is.
If you'll get your statement through it in 2.1.
Sure. If you don't mind, sir, well, there's a couple of issues that probably makes sense to combine when we're discussing them rather than trying to.
Yeah, no, I'd like to, and again, go ahead and take questions.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. So starting at 2.1, my evidence in chief, which formed part of section 42A, there was a large degree of agreement between myself and the traffic engineer, Mr. Mellow. That remains the case. In essence, both Mr. Mellow and myself consider that the analysis taken did not indicate there would be adverse road safety or road efficiency effects that arise from the rezoned site. The provisions of the variation mean that the scale of development will trigger the provision of a ITA in due course, and that through the plan R8 of the part of the opportunity plan, and that provides a further opportunity to consider in detail the traffic effects of the specific development proposal when resource consents are sought. Paragraph 4.7 of my evidence in chief set out 4 recommendations for revisions to the variation proposals, and Mr. Melville responded to those in his evidence. I've addressed each of those below. For the first part there, in paragraph 4.7a, I recommended the non-car east-west link should be shown to the ODP to connect the site to the lands to the immediate east. Mr. Melville disagrees with that, noting that the absence of such a link does not pose significant additional walking distances to key destinations. So within my figure 1, what I've done is I've combined the ODP for that area on the left-hand side, and on the right-hand side put in Mr. Metherall's figure. And his evidence is that the absence of that link does not materially increase the walking and cycling distances to key destinations. But my concern is that the sort of cyan coloured link, which is allowed for, doesn't appear the ODP for that development area. So assuming that it's there is simply an assumption. He said that he anticipates that changes will be made within that area, but I don't see any changes are presently underway for that. So in my view, there can be limited weight provided for that walking and cycling link that Mr. Medal provided for. So if that was to be the case, then the walking and cycling route from that area to the east would be more circuitous and therefore longer.
Materially,
So again, sorry.
materially,
Walking is an odd one because it changes. If it's a cold, rainy winter's day, small distances perceived differently to a nice, pleasant summer's afternoon. But I would say that the evidence offered by Mr. Metherell to support his view that the link is required doesn't have weight if the link that is proposed or has relied upon within that area to the east still go ahead. So in that regard, my reading the weight of argument, Mr. Metherell's evidence is not substantial. Also minded that this is not a resource concept, it is a plan change. And I heard Mr. Compton yesterday talk about matters like Compton, which he was talking about, need the detail to assess the effect. Which the Dr. Trevathan just now mentioned again, it's the devil's in the detail. So I don't, in my view, see that an argument has been presented from a transportation perspective that the link would not be beneficial.
so from a traffic perspective, so it should be, or it could be included so that it is a sensitive resource.
Yeah, look, I think there's always a risk if you try to kick the can down the road too far. But what I've heard from the applicant is that there are reasons why the link potentially could not go ahead. But I think that there would be, from my perspective, merit in the inclusion of the link to the ODP, or inclusion of a provision whereby the link would be assessed when a specific scheme comes forward. So, for example, if we just use the example of a service yard being there will be design solutions where a service yard could function with that in terms of pedestrian and cyclist safety. And there will be design solutions where that wouldn't be a suitable design outcome. So it's a little bit tricky at this stage to say it shouldn't be out, I think, but I'm also conscious that the argument I'm making makes it's very difficult to say it should definitely be in as well. But I do think there needs to be further consideration on it. So paragraph 2.8, I've recommended the vehicle crossings with pack and save, we just tied it up in the ODP, that's done, that's not an issue anymore. Paragraph 2.9, and my previous comment in 4.7C of my evidence chief, I'd recommended that the service access to the south of the ODP should be annotated in an indicative location only due to uncertainties around the location of the Broadlands Drive roundabout. Mr. Merrill considers that flexibility is already inherent in the ODP, acknowledges that small changes to the access location might be necessary. This is the topic, I think, if we artificial to kind of break it at this point, it may be more beneficial to continue on this particular topic and then turn to what the submitter said about this and the subsequent page 5 of my summary evidence. So what I've done is I've looked at what the Mr. Lorne as the council's emergency services manager has put forwards, and particularly figure 4, where it appears that the emerging upgrading scheme of the council does overlay poorly with the ODP provisions. Now, while I accept that ODPs are inherently flexible, there's only a certain amount of flexibility that can be inferred, I think. And to my knowledge, a change of staff at the councils can lead to different interpretations of what is flexible and what is not flexible. We're aware of a Canterbury Council, for example, that takes flexibilities for access in business being roughly about 10 metres. I'm aware of other local authorities within the Canterbury area that are far more flexible. So I do think that without some sort of indication that it is less fixed and more flexible, there is a risk of a clash in this location. Accepting, of course, that the council scheme for this roading also has limited weight at this stage. Law submission has made it clear that it's an indicative concept which is subject to change. That matter of weighting serve is something that you may need to turn your mind to on. So just returning to paragraph 2.10 of my evidence. Paragraph 4.7d, I recommended that a mechanism should be put in place to ensure that those matters identified by the applicant requiring further assessment or which will form part of the future application are specifically considered in the future ITA. And Mr. Mendelbill does not agree with that. So in my view, the difference of opinion actually comes down to the extent to which any traffic engineer preparing the ITA for future resource consents under the high trip generator rule can be expected to be cognizant of the matters that the current ITA says will be considered or could be considered in that report. I addressed that in detail in paragraphs 2.61 and 2.66 of my evidence in chief. But by way of example, the site access is reasonably be expected to be addressed through the high trip generator rule in due course. But the future traffic engineer might not be aware that they're expected to consider the extent to which traffic might travel through the site to avoid the traffic signals at the Lincoln Rolleston Road intersection. So there isn't a difference of opinion per se, myself and Mr. Melville, and Mr. Allen commented on it as well. It's just the extent to which we rely upon assumptions as to what will be coming in the future versus making it explicit at this stage. And that comes down to not all traffic engineers are created equal, not all transportation assessments are created equal. Different people have different ways of assessing things. So my concern is that while there are certainly matters that Mr. Meadow has identified as being assessed under the high trip generator rule, and definitely would be, there are also matters that have been identified which in my view might not be. That doesn't say that they won't be, it's just that there is this risk. So I think this is a matter of a sort of a risk assessment, if you like, sir, that it's the extent to which these more nuanced assessments that are relied upon at this stage are explicit reference versus relying upon future engineers to pick them up and assess them. So to that extent, 2.12, I agree with Mr. Medal that if the Commission's review is made specifying those matters, they can be listed as additional reporting criteria. And Mr. Medal has put some suggestions in paragraph 93, and I put some suggestions in paragraph 2.61 of my editor in chief. We don't quite align, but we are certainly trying to help you out. And so overall, I remain of the view that from a transportation perspective, variation 2 can be recommended for approval, but subject to those matters that I've just talked through. There's only one of the submitters that explicitly raised traffic concerns within a statement of evidence, that was Mr. Bull. I've addressed those previously since they relate to that access in the vicinity of the Broadlands Drive extension. Just in terms of paragraph 3.7 of my evidence here, there was a discussion we heard yesterday about the use of the Broadlands Drive roundabout, and I suggested it should be the Broadlands Drive intersection. The comment was not on the ODP, it was actually on Mr. Friedel's proposals, where he's referred to a roundabout. So it was less about a comment on the application, say more about a tidying up exercise on some of the council reporting. And ultimately, I don't necessarily think it's a major issue.
It's not a major issue whether it's roundabout or simple.
I think if it would be easier to say intersection, because that gives the flexibility. But I think if it was to say roundabout, I think any interpretation of a subsequent plan would see what had happened, interpret roundabout as meaning intersection. But given that we're at this stage of the proceeding, quite nice to tidy up that wording.
That was very effective. So, the benefit in being more specific in terms of identifying the roundabout. And then
From a traffic engineering perspective, it would be more helpful if it were an intersection. But from a transportation perspective, the variation 2 overall, in my mind, it comes down to 2 issues, one of which is an assumption of what will be covered in the transportation assessments in the future, an assumption of the southern service yard access being duplicative. So it's simply a different engineers having different approaches. And the more substantive disagreement, there's only one of those, and that is that west route through the eastern boundary of the site, walking inside.
just on that, your position is in terms of walking and cycling, not, you don't suggest a road.
No.
Where that is.
The ODP that's provided in Broadlands Drive extension shows roading connections to on Levi Road, connecting further south to the Broadlands Drive extension. The modelling that's been carried out shows that the road and the intersections have sufficient capacity to accommodate the traffic without the need for a central roading connection. So I do agree that there's little merit in a roading connection to the centre of the site. It's simply, if you were going to go to Pack and Save, for example, or to Minor 10, whether you would be, or to destinations further afield, the merit of having a more direct route than more circuitous route.
Rec running, how much is, in terms of the indicative site layout, the item in the pack, so, is referendum going to be an issue? Or could it be an issue? Realistic?
It could be an issue, and Mr. Mellerall think that the transportation assessment, certainly the evidence sheet talks about that being a matter that could be assessed at the later stage. The issue really arises because if you were travelling north on Lincoln Forest Road, turn right, and you set a traffic signal, modelling that's reported in the transportation assessment references the ITA Appendix A. That's the first table, it's 8.1. And shows that presence of the mitre 10 increases the delay for right turn movement from Lincoln Forest Road onto Levi Road by 20 seconds. That's on a base of about a minute's delay anyway. So I think that there would be a likelihood that some vehicles would turn off and go through the site to reach Lincoln, to reach Levi Road. The extent to which that will happen is something that's been not considered current transportation assessment. The current transportation assessment says that it is modelled with no linkage between the sites. And that's not an unreasonable approach at this stage. And it's not unreasonable to leave it to a later assessment process, in my view. And that's because it depends upon the layout of the site. It would be easy to design a car park where there's quite a fast route through mitre 10. But equally, it's easy to design a car park where it's a more circuitous route and it slows traffic down. The drivers can't see that it's faster to go that way, then they'll stick on the main road and just turn right at the intersection. So that is the sort of assessment that I would agree could be within the future transportation assessment. I don't think it's an issue for her to not do that at this stage. My question is all about whether that is a sufficiently obvious thing to test in future, or not an usual thing to test within a transportation assessment, or whether there's merit within these provisions for specifically saying that should be a test that's active. But in terms of the approach of the applicant of leaving it out at this stage, I agree.
Rhythm Crescent,
Yeah. I think it's inevitable when people go to a destination location that they will choose the route that is the most convenient for them. And drivers typically choose the route that they perceive to be the fastest. So there will be some increase in traffic flows on residential roads. People are moving through those residential roads to get to this location. The council's model includes these roads, but also it's the case that drivers don't just stay on the residential roads because they tend to be slower, but they move onto the collector roads and the arterial roads at the most convenient opportunity for them. So while there will be some increase in traffic on the residential roads, I don't see from the modelling that's been carried out by the applicant that major increases on unsuitable roads are likely to occur. Again, this is something at this stage I don't think it's an unreasonable approach, but it could be considered further in the future transportation assessment. And the benefit of drivers choosing the faster route is that it's possible to slow drivers down so that they go to a different route as well. So there are mitigation measures that any future applicant could offer to the council to address that if the transportation assessment time identified it.
account.
Yeah, you can put in a traffic calming measures, you can put in a sort of 30k speed limit on residential areas. There are ways and means of mitigating it if there were to be a assessment that identified it as being a difficulty that won't take much.
Thank you here for the previous. Yeah, I was interested in his evidence in terms of what's happening there at present, in terms of what is an arterial, but the saying there's not really no problems crossing it, it's across the various places, and similar, and a concern about that this is going to, in essence, stop the walking and cycling and scooter and everything else that kids are doing.
I think, yeah, look, I think first it's relevant that things will change when the set of signals complete and open. Previously, there was just a roundabout and pedestrians had to choose a gap in the traffic cross, whereas the new set of signals have pedestrian crossing phases approaches. But ultimately, as an arterial road, those roads carry higher volumes of traffic and greater proportions of heavy vehicles, that they're designated in that particular way for that particular purpose. And they carry a high proportion of through traffic as well. So on any given arterial road, there may be increases that arise on that road which are unrelated to any development in the immediate vicinity. So I don't perceive that, firstly, I don't perceive that an increase in traffic or an increase in proportion of heavy vehicles is outside of the expectation for an arterial road. The matter of pedestrian crossings and ease by which that can happen, there are ways and means that the level of service for pedestrian can be calculated. And that typically depends upon two things. The first is that the pedestrian has to have suitable visibility of the approaching traffic. And three things: the speed of the vehicle and also the length of the crossing. So if you have to cross a two-lane road, say 7 meters, and you have to have a certain gap of the traffic in both directions. If there's a refuge there, for example, you only have to cross 3.5 meters gap in one direction. If there's a central median there, some people will stop in the central median, people won't. So first it can be quantified, what I'm trying to say. With that in mind, that again is the sort of thing that at this stage I don't think that there is a fundamental issue with what's been presented by the applicant, because there are solutions that can improve pedestrian crossing opportunities, such as putting a refuge. Those mechanisms are put within the legal road reserve rather than requiring third-party land, so there's no issue in implementation. But it's a level of detail, again, that I would expect to see within a future transportation assessment. In that regard, the accessibility of the site and road crossing opportunities, similar for cyclists who want to get across the road, would normally, I think, put within a transportation assessment from resource consent rather than the analysis that's been done for a plan change.
there's not, by reading the evidence, there's nothing that indicated to you that there would be an increased risk of crashes, particularly on Lincoln Rolleston Road. Is that correct?
That is correct, that there's not an increased risk. It's tricky when it comes to road safety because number of crashes, the risk of crashes are different things. If you have a road and you double the traffic on it, you probably get double the amount of crashes, but the risk to an individual road user might stay the same, it might actually be fine. So within a transportation assessment review of something like this, what I would look for is any geometric features that would mean difficult to achieve complying or safe access or intersection design. So if we were looking at a site which on the Bravo Hill, for example, there may be a sightline issue and that could lead to road safety issues. In this particular case, we've got no constraints to achieving suitable sightlines and a suitable intersection or access design. So I will not say that there would be increasing risk for road users. That, of course, is subject to making sure that there are safe crossing opportunities, that sort of thing. But there's no constraints within the road reserve or on the site boundary that means that there would inherently be a problem.
Thank you very much.
Commissioner, do you mind if I a question to you that you may have to ask them? So to provide some context, I'm looking at this further effects implementation that was needed in the reporting officer in terms of amending the ODP plan in relation to the southernmost access on the ODP. Just in terms of context, for us, the question, Mr. Allen had indicated that, you know, when he approaches a resource application, he considers those links to be indicative, regardless. Is Mr. Carr suggesting only that one axis needs to be labelled indicative, which would then imply that the others aren't? Or is he, I guess, comfortable that the access ways, all the access ways, and taking into account that the circulation of development such as a trade retailer is kind of on a comprehensive basis in terms of where the accesses are pushed? Is he opposed, or does he support that they would all be indicative? I'm just asking in terms of thinking from that's response.
Well, I'm not going to summarize that.
Yes, it's just really long.
I know what you were saying.
As you are.
So I think the first thing to say is that the ODP is an amalgam of existing consented access locations, which are not indicative because they come from other resources. And intended access locations. So the one ODP shows two different types of accesses in the same way, which I think potentially is inherent. So I think there is already differentiation which is implicit in the ODP, which means that some of those locations are fixed indicative because they require variation of active safe consent. But the premise that I'm trying to say is that of those other accesses, there is inherently a flexibility within them, perhaps, but the extent to which that is flexible, different to what's happening at the very south of the site, where we've got this potential clash between the council roading scheme, which I stress again is indicative concept, versus what the applicant has shown. Part of me thinks there could be a bit of an arms race to put in resource consent for the wider 10, while the council is trying to desperately get it ready to give them the line, see which one goes first, because one will affect the location of the other. But I do think there's merit in that southernmost access being identified in some other way to show that there may be a need for having greater movement of that access depending upon what is happening with the council grading scheme now. Whether that's showing that as indicative and the other ones assumed to be fixed. I accept the point that's made, and it probably isn't the right solution, but I don't think that having that shown in the same way as the other accesses provides clarity when it comes to lodge the application, that might be access that moves much more than the other ones do. Not sure if indicative is actually a defined term, or flexibility in an ODP has been considered by the courts or that, because my experience of the way that council officers interpret flexibility does vary on a person by person basis.
They are all practical, so and here it's discretionary. Not included, but my understanding.
Okay.
And here it's discretionary if it's not according with the.
Correct.
As opposed to some plans where it's non-compliant.
Correct.
Right.
So can I just take from the answer, sorry, it's a bit long, but in terms of the trade retail activity,
Yeah.
acknowledging and making safe space, in terms of the three excesses, trade retail, we're still suggesting that two would be fixed and one would be different,
I'm
based on
suggesting,
the non-equitable environment of this one.
I'm suggesting that the southernmost right access needs to be identified in some way where there is an expectation of greater flexibility, however that term is defined, than the other two locations. Because it may need to move 50 metres or get away from an access from an intersection. Again, expressing that it's an indicative concept from the council. But it may need to move to a greater extent the other two. I think it would be prudent to reflect that in some way within the ODP. That said, if they choose not to, it's application discretion anyway. So there's potentially a higher bar for the council, but for the applicant to get over by further legal arguments about what is flexible and I do think there's, I struggle to see how the accesses are all treated equally when the southernmost one, from what we have in front of us at the moment, would need to move to a greater extent if the council scheme is progressed in its current way.
I'll let people live there, so it's, turn into a discussion.
No, that answers, yeah, so just confirming notation there, performance.
And I can give an example of that, which was the environment court considered the plan change in Poleswell, which where there was some debate about whether there were 3 points of access. There was some debate about one of those points of access. The only thing that taken forward into the city plan was to have 2 of those accesses shown in black. They were fixed, and one of them was shown in red, which was indicative and subject to the location being changed.
Right. Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Carroll. I don't further questions. Appreciate your attendance and assistance.
Thank you.
Right, we'll take the lunch break. It's down for an hour. I don't think an hour lunch. But perhaps yeah, or perhaps 40 minutes. Just like 10 past 23. That's suitable.
Yeah, I'll just call that good.
All right, get underway again. Here are you. Now I've repeat your evidence, and I've received some stubborn evidence, which I've had a look through. What I would look at doing is, so if it's suitable for you, is going through your summary and asking questions as we.
Yeah, that's fine. I know that it's quite a long summary, so I'm happy to, it's a long summary, so I'm just happy to go through it quickly.
Okay. Start at paragraph 4 of your summary.
Majority of the relevant existing ODPs for this plan change being DEF R1 and DEF 2 and DEF 12 include that although they're all not internal connected roads, there is clearly intention for a link between the two sites. The combined ODPs do show clear intention of multiple through connections. Proposed ODP only shows a single through connection at the southern corner of the site, but any further connections through the site are missing. Some of the key urban design matters that need addressing is the site appropriate location for large format retail from an urban design perspective. Although I understand the economic benefits of the site for trade retail offering like minor 10, from an urban design perspective, I do not see a strong benefit. As I understand from Mr. Foy, there is existing land appropriately zoned that would still work from an economics perspective, given the clinics located there as well, or as a consent for that, but would not be as desirable for a minor 10. From an urban design perspective, I consider the conflicts that are arising with neighboring land and the level of mitigation that's required means that the site is not very suitable for large format retail.
Yeah, just there, in terms of the conflicts that are arising from neighboring land and the legal mitigation required, just explain that.
The level of landscape mitigation is needed on all sides of the site almost. The balance that needs to be found between providing visibility of the car park, for instance, from a safety perspective, but also from a commercial perspective, and the right level of screening. The level of connectivity that is missing, in my view. I think those are all aspects that are actually show that it actually might not be that you cannot be the best location for this type of activity.
Okay.
Paragraph 8. Will the proposed plan change have a significant adverse effect on the character of the anticipated urban environment? In my view, and having regard to the Selwyn District Council Residential Development Plan Guide, a residential environment in the medium residential zone context would have a character that's much finer grained and of a human scale compared to a large format retail zone. Even with the level of mitigation that's currently suggested. In addition, it would show a good level of diversity in urban form and planting. And as suggested in the applicant's evidence, trade retail would not be appropriate within a town centre environment because of the fine nature. I agree with this, but I would say that it's just as much the case for a residential environment.
So that's in terms of the fine grain.
The built form, the fine grain, the level of variability you would have in a residential environment, and that which you would generally have in a town centre.
Just in terms of the, is it a matter of preference between the fine grain that can occur in a residential setting where all the different lots have the potentially have their own treatment, etc., or a uniform treatment along this boundary? Is that really just a subjective issue, or is it how can the benefits of both be assessed from an objective perspective?
If I would look at it from solely an urban design perspective, I would say variety is better. That's generally what we try to get, so more interest, more visual interest. However, I do understand that there's landscape benefits to this. That's different. It's not my expertise. From an urban design perspective, I would say it would be, and in particular when you compare this to the residential environments, it would be better to have a more diverse and less singular activity.
That more diverse activity would affect the residential.
The residential environment would reflect that. It's, however, dense. It's
So how dense that is.
yeah, I mean, higher density environments will still have a lot of variety. You'll have more front doors facing the street. You'll have larger variety of landscape treatments. Maybe not as much the higher the density it becomes, but I think the variety will still be there. If the proposed plan change and associated RDP ensure a good level of accessibility and connectivity. Generally, a medium density environment would have a good level of permeability and connectivity for both vehicles and active modes of transport, as directed by the Frontier Corridor district plan and the design guide. Connectivity is not only just about how easy it is to get particular kinds of activity. It's still important. I don't disagree with that, but it's also just about being able to walk around a neighborhood and it's easy to get around. To ensure a minimum level of connectivity between the various new neighborhoods, the district plan requires new urban environments to have a walkable block. It's a very common way of sort of trying to achieve that, and current maximum perimeter is 1,000 meters. The design guide takes this a step further and recommends a perimeter of 600 to 800. This is for residential environments. When calculating the total perimeter based on the concept plan of the site, so if you have a look at pedestrian connections that go through the site, and taking into account the proposed road connections to the south of the site, there would be a rough perimeter of 1,300 meters, or just over 1,300 meters.
Okay, so just in terms of that paragraph, in terms of effects, what's the difference? 30 as compared to 1,000.
Walking distances generally become like a kilometer is easy to walk, the further you go, the harder it becomes. It's about trying to get that permeability. So the larger the block, but like 300 meters is still quite a big portion. 1,000, so it's like a third more, so a fourth each other. But yeah, so in my view, that's quite a lot. And then also taking into account that the actual design guides are actually trying to get a lower, which is 600 to 800. District plan is a maximum, not what you would try as a best outcome.
Okay, well, the residential design guide, where did that fit in the paper?
It's referred to in the plan, so it's not statutory as far as I understand.
Right.
It's recently been updated, I believe.
Okay, 9.5, we've not covered that, have we?
Continue to point 10 or 9.5.
9.5, just finish that off.
From an urban design perspective, my view is that because the site itself is residential, it sits within what is predominantly a residential environment, besides the supermarket, any plan change which should need to provide a level of neighborhood connectivity that meets those walkable block standards. Currently, ODP does not. Point 10. How does the proposed plan change and associated ODP ensure an environment is safe from both a transport safety and septic perspective? In my view, there is an inherent subject-related risk with a cumulative amount of car parking associated with proposed land change along Levi Road and Lincoln Rolleston Road. Car parking areas in general with bad visibility and low quality lighting often attract criminal activity and undesirable behavior. I'm not saying this is the case at the moment, but that's the risk with car parking areas.
Okay, can you give some examples of that?
There is a lot of research behind it, but a lot of the darker car parks that are not very visible are easily accessible and get a lot of drug courier and things like that happening in those areas. And it's a risk that's just used to highlight it. Thank you.
Like the east gate, yeah. Car park there, I know that they have issues there, but they're closing the car park at night.
Yeah, and that is a solution, absolutely. So there are solutions to that. So I'm not saying car park on its own will be the problem. But it is also about visibility. So can you see what's happening? And that's a tricky side of car parks.
Okay, so is there the question, is there an inherent sort of, it is very difficult when you've got to balance up the way people need visibility. But you also need screen.
Yeah. This is the complexity of the site and the complexity of the environment that the land changes. But the land changes first. So, yeah. Would you like me to further read that?
No, that's fine. So that's one we're just discussing.
Yeah. In regard to the 520-meter long landscape buffer along the northeast boundary, I consider it can provide concealed access to any further future properties located on the eastern side of the site and the retail offering itself as well. Road connection through would allow for more activity through the site with level of pesticides. That's the sole reason why I'm suggesting a road connection. It just provides more activity across the site, which particularly when the retail offering is closed. Yeah.
Okay, the concealed access to future properties located on the east side, so in the retail offering, I understand the retail. But can you just explain in terms of the just eastern side of the site when you look at what treatment is proposed along them?
Just looking at the site, and if it would be developed as residential, it would likely have buildings, or the development would have their sort of garden space in the money tank. That's sort of what I would expect. If somebody gets access to the landscape strip, and because this ODPs are not super detailed and well fully designed, as soon as you're there and not visible, you can take your time to gain access, and this is generally not desirable. You can manage access. There's different ways of doing that. There's always ways of achieving that. There's surveillance cameras. There's controlled access. But it is inherently sort of an issue with large strips like this, and particularly activity because it's commercial at night. There's no overlooking.
Right. Areas of alignment.
Both Mr. Compton and I agree that the future environment will be substantially different from what the current environment and the character is. We agree that the current anticipated environment would likely be residential with a density sitting somewhere between 15 to 20 households per hectare. I've added that non-fencible maximum, which likely be 25 households per hectare. Okay, that was
why that thing?
trying to find the balance. This would be developed as a residential environment with such close proximity to the town centre. It might be more suitable for higher density. From other work I've done, I understand that the densities are going up, more duplex units are being developed. So a good location for that would be this. That's basically the argument. The number in many ways is slightly arbitrary. I think currently densities are reaching about 18, I understand. So
And that's in Rolleston.
that's a Rolleston. I mean, there's a bit, but some people say it's 15. I think some expert would say 18 to 19. It's creeping up. That's what it is. We both agree that additional methods of control or discretion for building design would provide greater guidance for future decision makers, although we do not fully align regarding the actual need for this. I agree with Mr. Compton with the statement in paragraph 23 that the strategic corner of the site can provide a focal point that justifies a different pattern of activity. I agree with that. I believe the supermarket actually is doing that in this case, and in my view, using the whole site as a chain, in my view, is too large. It's not needed for that purpose. You get the landmark on a corner that helps you define where things are. It helps you with legibility of an area, making the whole site different does not substantially add to that.
The supermarket does that.
Supermarket does that. There's a change in the environment, right? But I agree with Mr. Compton's statement in paragraph 38 of his statement of evidence that large format retail can have a detrimental effect on the fine grained nature of the town centre zone, and I would say that it's also this. Method of disagreement. Mr. Compton considers change in character from medium density to large format retail to be low in magnitude. He sees the change in character not as a first, it is a continuation of the commercial character of the supermarket. I do not agree with this view. I consider the change in character to be more substantial. I consider this because the grain and diversity of residential development is substantially different compared to large footprint, bulk and scale, and lack of diversity of the large format retail development. In addition, I do not agree with the argument that because the site now has a commercial activity, this character should be allowed to continue as a plan.
Just hold there for a minute.
Sorry?
Just hold there for a minute.
Yep.
Okay. So, am I correct in saying that you consider the degree of change of character?
Yeah.
And does that degree of change itself, is that adverse?
It's a really tricky thing to answer. If you would consider from a pure visual amenity perspective of landscape architecture, consider that's not the case. And it's mitigated. If you look at it from, in my view, from an urban design perspective, combining the level of connectivity, loss of fine grain, and the adverse effects that large format retail can have on the residential environment, I think there is more of an effect. I'm not a planner, so I'm saying exactly what that is. Probably a bit tricky. But I do think it's more than Mr. Compton was saying.
Carry on.
Compton considered it is common for large format retail zones to coexist with residential environments and uses a couple of examples. However, I would include there is a lot more examples where large format retail zones are not adjacent to residential areas. And there is good reason for that. There are reverse sensitivity issues to be considered between these types of activities. Regarding examples used, I believe there is a lot more nuance to be considered. For instance, my tenant in Papua was built on an existing commercial industrial site. As such, the actual activity would not be considered to be appropriate. However, in my view, there's still a stark contrast between Mitre 10 and its surrounding residential environment. In addition, the site is directly abutting the commercial zone across the railway line and is not sitting within what is predominantly a residential environment. There is also some reliance on the domestic nature of this particular Mitre 10. However, in my view, this can easily be controlled. This can't be easily controlled within the rules of the district plan. So trade retail store more focused on general trades like Mitre 10 also does, I believe, could still be happening. So it doesn't really stop that.
Okay, so what's the concern with that and from an side perspective?
I understand the argument that if something was more focused on residential and more on sort of a domestic nature of business, it would have more benefits for the residents in the environment. If it would be more focused on trade retail, as in more focused on trade services coming in and out, even though they do get deliveries and stuff from. It's still. It would be quite a different sort of, the benefits would not be as much, I would say that would be the difference. So more versus effects without benefits.
That's not controlled.
No.
So that's connectivity.
Mr. Gotteman considers the development provides a good level of connectivity and partly relies on the evidence of Mr. Roll and partly on the surrounding network. He has not addressed the issue of not creating a walkable block of appropriate size. From an urban design perspective, connectivity is not only about connections to destinations, but also about how easy it is to walk and cycle across neighborhoods. This is where a walkable block measurement provides good guidance. Current RDP shows a block diameter is roughly twice as long as recommended by the design guides. As such, I do not consider it to be a walkable block.
Okay, so the point that it's not. So connectivity is not about being able to get to third town easily.
Not only that.
Not only that.
Yeah.
But it's also how the residential areas relate.
How it connects, how easy it is to walk around, how nice it is to walk around. So that's what it's sort of about. So this is where those measurements of walkable blocks come in place and help guide subdivisions.
Okay.
Mr. Methrow is basing his views on figure 1 in his evidence, which is a diagram where he has shown the distance between various key points and highlighted there is no discernible difference. As Mr. Carr highlights in his summary statement, there is a couple of inconsistencies in the diagram and he considers the non-car east-west connection should still be provided. I agree with Mr. Carr's statement, but would consider a road connection better outcome from a safety perspective.
Okay, so that's sole reason to a road to be a better connection is to be protected.
Yeah, there might be transport issues with that, so I fully understand that. From my perspective, it would add more activity to that street, which would provide more passive surveying, creating a safer environment.
And the disadvantages from a road in terms of the step tube method.
Yes, you could consider that you provide 2 additional access points to the landscape strip. You could consider that a disadvantage. However, you provide more activity on the street. So I would say that's good. And then the benefit of having the road connection is that there is more surveillance of the car parks. I reviewed Mr. Mitchell's diagrams and agree with Mr. Carr that the measurements are not consistent. The distance between the key connections through development area R1 has been measured using the ODP indicative roads. The valid way of measuring in my view, however, for the distances from the current site from for development area R12, Mr. Mitchell has taken a direct route to the nearest street, ignoring the ODP road layout. Yeah, in my view, these are two separate ways of measuring that give very different results. To substantiate whether there is a significant difference between the two methods of measuring, I have undertaken a similar exercise using this PDF exchange software, editing software. This is not a highly exact way of doing it, so it's not CAD software, but it gives a bit of an indication and gave me an understanding of what the difference would be. I measured an option with the shortest route following the ODP road network and an option where connections are direct and in the most convenient location. For the new ODP, this would sit between Back and Save and a minor 10, just for convenience. Directly connected to Lincoln Rolleston. My results show that the connection to the town centre were similar to Mr. Methrow's sort of assumptions, between 100 and 350 meters of difference between the two. However, so that's depending on which method you use. So 100 meters for direct lines and 350 meters for using the RP roads, which are a bit more cumbersome. How the difference between the east-west connection with the development area R2 was significant, showing. However, the difference between for development area 2 was significant, showing difference between 350 and 550 meters. This is also a shorter distance out. Slightly more, depending on the method used again. So direct lines versus ODP roads. For the connection to the future Broadlands Drive extension following the ODP roads resulted in a difference of just under 300 meters, and a slight benefit actually the other way around for 50 meters for the new proposal if the road connection. The roads located between the two. In my view, these differences are significant. Particularly when you're thinking walking distances, 300 meters is quite a long distance, and the distance towards the eastern side, the difference is big. Well, you need to walk a substantial longer way to get there.
Distances, I mean, and with that appropriate or not appropriate. How are they determined? You've got the guidance from the various documents, but is it like an average person, or is it
Walkable distances. There's a large variety of them, and as soon as you do analysis work, you could go. What's used lots 400 meters to 800 meters, 5 minutes to 10 minutes walking distance. That could range to 500 meters, 1,000, depending on exactly how you use it, speed that you're walking. What's generally accepted is that walking distance up to a kilometer are acceptable. That people would still do that. Going over that, there's a large group of people who would do that and would use different modes of transport. Most likely you can't.
and of course, it's all right, I guess subject to what purpose of the
Yeah.
journey is and whatever as well.
If you're walking your dog, it's quite different than if you're visiting the town centre.
Visiting, for a purpose of retail or something like that.
Yeah. Well, yes. I mean, depends on what the activities. If you go to a cafe, it's like to actually go to retail, depending on what you're trying to get. Most trade retail, I would assume larger products, something probably wouldn't walk, you would drive. If you look at normal retail, maybe.
It's not really sort of raised its head here really, directly, but, in an argument that's been involved in, there's been quite a bit of discussion about, the growth in, motorised scooters and those sorts of things, increasing connectivity through, basically through those people, probably not forward, but, personal transportation.
Yeah. It is changing that perspective, absolutely, and I think there's a difference between cycling and walking as well. However, those are trips to a specific destination, and they're not for walking around a neighborhood. Right? Well, some people might, but if you're walking your dogs, you're probably not using a scooter. And if you're generally in a residential neighborhood, those scooters are less frequent and usually in centers.
Okay.
Subject. Mr. Contamone, in his statement of evidence relies on areas that are not overlooked or could provide concealed access to neighboring sites or commercial activities. My experience is that relying on these types of control will not stop undesirable access, in particular if these areas are not well overlooked outside of opening hours. Both Mr. Contamone and Mr. Newman consider there is an inherent danger with mixing delivery vehicles with other transport modes. I'm not a transport expert and would need to rely on Mr. Carr's evidence, but the current proposal shows delivery vehicle having access from the main road onto the site. As I understand, if the safety concerns, conflicts between delivery vehicle, pedestrians and cyclists can be managed through the consenting process. Such would have a road through the site. I would assume that this is the same case. And I assume that those transport safety matters can be addressed at the region's consent. Both Mr. Mill and Mr. Contamone have highlighted that there is a matter for control of discretion in central mixed use matter 3, which gives council discretion in regard to the extent to which a development is designed to incorporate separate principles. I understand this matter of discussion would be triggered the establishment of any building structure and any modifications to exact building structure. However, because of the separate risk identified above, I consider that having a narrative within the ODP that requires a separate assessment containing a likely plan will provide greater certainty that these separate risks will be identified and addressed. In conclusion, overall, I do not consider the proposed plan change and ODP would result in a desirable outcome from an urban plan perspective. However, if on balance the plan change is deemed acceptable, I would recommend the changes as highlighted above, being a road connection through, strong direction to access to assess subject matters for resource consent application within the time.
I'm just trying to find whether it was your evidence. I think it was your evidence. Where there's a discussion about the difference between supermarket that relates to residential.
I think I have addressed it in my evidence as well. And not from memory which paragraph, but in my view, there is a difference.
Okay, we'll talk to me about that.
Why?
So there is that.
In my view, supermarkets do provide a lot more benefits to residential environments and supermarkets in residential areas will invite a lot more different modes of transport. People will walk through supermarket, they will take the bike to a supermarket. That's not so much the case with the trade retail store. You generally need your car to when you buy products there. So it doesn't have the same benefits, in my view, as a supermarket. Both types of commercial are tricky, in my view, from an investment perspective. They're large boxes, and I can say it's designed really well for a supermarket. A lot of attention paid to it. Generally, when you've got supermarkets, you would like to wrap it in smaller scale retail. That's not appropriate in this location because it would compete with that centre. That does not happen very often, trade retail. And trade retail is quite often located outside of the areas.
Um, uh, whatever that question, but I have raised with other witnesses in terms of the supermarket as it is a essential part of the environment. Um, how that would relate to remaining three that residential. How does that?
How that would work? I would say be very similar to maybe the New World and St. Martin's. It's within a residential environment and operates fine. A little bit more commercial around that, to be honest. But residential surrounding it and it's operate well. Popular supermarket as far as I know. But there is an inherent sort of tension between residential environments and larger scale retail.
In supermarkets, in life or whatever the word is, the area
Yeah, I believe they can. And it depends on, again, the retail. And ideally with more retail around, to be honest.
or supermarkets more tuned towards the areas of convenience, well designed ones can actually contribute to the line environment. And then you distinguish that from the trade retail.
Yeah.
And what's that based on?
Convenience of the how often people would use a particular service and for their daily needs. Yes, to my intent will provide you with some of that service. It's not necessarily need to do products for in the past, we want to buy two. But it's not the same frequency as an essential services to supermarket provide.
Does the ability to have ancillary food and beverage in any way address concerns about not providing a live
In my view, adding commercial to it is a benefit, and it actually increases liveliness of the examples shown or discussed yesterday in Queenstown. Have a quick look at the light and actually that looks a lot more lively, that cafe. And it's distinct from the actual building. I could tell. Different material, different sort of. So that's all design aspects there. However, it's still a very large block. And in my view, we can't compare it to smaller scale retail or a residential environment. Very significantly different.
To around that, part of the record to talk about the minimum, to ensure minimum good level of articulation, modulation, glazing, and the effective management of, corporate colours, etc. In the latest iteration of the she some of those issues.
I think those are mostly addressed now. I'm not sure, I can't remember if glazing is part of it, but I know that corporate colours been addressed and articulation.
Overall, or conclusion or opinion remains largely the same as the work. Just for clarity, and by what conclusion, does your opinion remain largely what it was?
Yes, it does, yes. Yes.
Right. Thank you. So it's no question. Appreciate your assessment. Now, again, with a similar approach, you prepare a summary of your evidence. Do you have for me to have questions while you're going through them?
Certainly.
Yeah, I'll probably should start at paragraph 4 of your summary.
Sure. I'll try and go through verbatim. From an overall landscape and visual effects assessment perspective, I'm genuinely in agreement with the applicant's landscape and visual assessment and supportive of the proposed landscape approach across the site. Within my primary evidence, I outlined 8 recommendations for additional requirements to be attached to the proposed outline development plan to provide greater certainty of achieving high quality and well integrated landscape outcomes. While the applicant has indicated a willingness to work with the majority of his recommendations, there remains some difference in views on some. My focus with respect to the summary statement sets out these key areas of differences.
Yeah, appreciate you saying go through verbatim, and that's fine. But if there are matters that you want to expand on while you go, I'm more than happy with that as well.
Okay. Paragraph 6. So this is in relation to the Lincoln Rolleston Road 5-metre wide landscape strip. So this concerns the establishment of a consistent 5-metre landscape strip along the Lincoln Rolleston road frontage. I accept Mr. Mills' point that the 5-metre landscape strip along the Lincoln Rolleston boundary will be impractical to be installed consistently. There is obviously the need for breaks for the existing consented park on the Levi Rolleston intersection and road entrances. Despite this, I just want to reiterate my view that to achieve adequate landscape and visual mitigation of the future built form within which the proposed LFRZ would enable, it is important that the width and character of the existing landscape treatment applied within the Pekingstone area continue to the southern end of this road frontage. This level of consistent boundary approach will include trees of similar scale and density extending along the entire road frontage, both the Pekingstone and proposed Wellington sites. The conceptual layout for the alignment of the future Broadlands Drive extensions at the south end of the site has been attached to Mr. Lawn's statement on behalf of Selwyn District Council. It would be helpful to clearly signal the screening requirement in the PODP to ensure development is appropriately mitigated from viewers travelling north along the Lincoln Rolleston Road corridor. And I guess that's because we have got a triangular site, and so inevitably got a much closer proximity to that building, and particularly when you're approaching from the south, you will have the peripheral will be fairly bold view, and I guess the concern is if we don't have a consistent screen that wraps around the future northern side, Broadlands Drive extension, it could result with view shafts right into the core of the site. And accepting Mr. Milne's points that these will be matters that will be addressed as part of the resource consent process, I think it's worth making sure we are clear on that position.
The clear guidance of the ODP.
Yes.
You may go on to Christian, but in terms of the discussions that have been that we have with Mr. Milne, particularly in terms and Mr. Compton as well, but in terms of the shape of the site and the location of the building through it, that it doesn't present in such a in a manner of as a big rectangular block which represents in your face. Did you understand? You understand what I'm talking about?
Yes, you're not looking perpendicular to the building. So there's a peripheral view that by visual there's still up to a 15-meter tall block. It will be fairly large in the visual view shafts as you travel along the road potentially. I think the boundary landscaping has been proposed along the back and side extended along will go a long way to help reduce that. You've got trees that can get up to 10, perhaps 15 meters tall in an ideal situation. So that'll go a long way to help with it. But I think it's just important to make sure we do have that consistency of treatment wrapping along that whole southern end.
And that height, 15 meters height, that's important.
Yes, the species there are under ideal situations capable of reaching that at a mature height, and I think that is probably in an urban, slightly more urban situation, you'd expect to see it a bit lower, and maybe 10 meters in my expectation, but I think that'll go a long way to achieving the mitigation and screening that we face the assessment of effects on. Thanks. My concern I have with the Broadlands Drive is if they did shift to the north, like Mr. Carr mentioned, you could end up being squeezed against the outdoor storage area, and I just don't want to see that compromised and a lower level of planting going in there.
In terms of the outdoor storage, that's addressed by the same, by the screening as well.
Yes, so I do go into a bit more detail about that as well.
Carry on.
Paragraph 9, the DCM Urban Design Assessment figure 4 illustrates a viewpoint from the vicinity of proposed Broadlands Drive extension intersection with Lincoln and Rolleston Road. This indicates how the view of the south end of the building will be largely unfiltered by low foreground vegetation. And I think part of that is perhaps that visualization doesn't illustrate the full extent of the screen planting along Lincoln Rolleston Drive. The added potential for the outdoor material storage cell of the building reinforces the need for ensuring appropriate screening planting along the southern edge. Further, I note on the Bernard Johnson Architects site plan that a stormwater basin is illustrated north of the proposed Broadlands Drive extension. So this has been addressed in discussions earlier today, but at some point in the future, I'll have to clarify how this will be accommodated while still leaving sufficient room for mitigation planting. And is how those residual land areas to the north and south of the proposed road extension will be managed. And I think that is something to be addressed in the future, but I just wanted to note that. So I suggested an alternative revision to the ODP narrative. This is based on some of the feedback that Mr. Milne gave in his summary statement. The Lincoln Rolleston landscape treatment, including provision for a 5-metre landscape strip on the north side of the future primary road connection, is to be designed and installed generally consistent with the consented landscape plan for the proposed supermarket development. RC 216. Based on this, I maintain a 5-metre wide landscape planted strip is required along this part of the site.
So that, but that consistency, so why is that consistency important?
I think part of the way I've looked at the site is the change from a particular medium density residential to a large format retail zone is the fact that it is relatively contained. So if we have got I think that relies on effective mitigation around the periphery of the site, and I have taken the view that if that can be a consistent treatment with the taller screening planting of trees, which will achieve a reasonable height with the understory planting, that will provide a filtered view into the site, then that will be an appropriate way to start to mitigate some of the difference in bulk form that we'll see as a result of this, of a large format retail building going on onto the southern part of the site.
So the purpose of the tree is not to hide it, but still.
I think it would be optimistic to think that we're going to be able to hide it. So I see it more as being a filtering and partial screening. I think there's going to be the need for the retailers to have visibility. I've worked on many supermarket projects and other large format retail sites, and there's always a tension between visual screening and providing enough prominence for people to have to see what's on the site. So I think it'd be naive to think we won't be wanting to see that sort of corporate branding. But the key is to get a balance.
Carry on.
So I'll talk to the tree spacing in parking areas, so paragraph 13. So I agree that 1 tree per 5 parking spaces is an appropriate measure for determining the overall numbers of trees to be required in the future development. I suggested some further refinement to that, saying 1 tree per 3 parking spaces as a way of ensuring the trees are spaced evenly throughout the parking area. This is generally consistent with the spacings that have been achieved along the treed rows within the consented supermarket parking areas. In my experience working on other similar large format retail zone projects, I can appreciate practicalities of accommodating trolley bays, pathways, and lighting, and have seen these tend to take precedence over the tree layouts, and that can lead to not trees being clustered into small islands, but some substantial gaps in the tree canopy, which sort of clustered and available planting locations. And so while they can still achieve the 1:5 numerical ratio, you can leave some open view shaft to the built form that reduce the landscape and visual mitigation value. The key is to establish trees evenly across the parking areas. And I think this is even more important on the southern part of the site because you have got the luxury of the greater depth that you have outside the supermarket. So it is quite important that we have a layered approach, I feel. So you've got the perimeter planting on the boundary strip, but then also the trees within the parking lot do contribute to that screening effect on the built form. So to address Mr. Milne's concerns around practicality, I suggest that the requirement could be amended to the OTP as follows. Require 1 tree per 5 parking spaces within the parking area. These trees shall be generally distributed evenly through the parking area at a spacing of approximately 7.5 metres or 1 tree per 3 bays where practical. Tree species within parking areas to be of medium or high grade heights. So again, that is really just sort of, referencing back to what has been laid out in the supermarket parking areas and trying to make sure we get that repeated in the southern part of the site.
So that's a guidance.
Yes. Yeah. There will have to be, obviously, as Mr. Milne has said, there will have to be flexibility built into that. Do we have to respect the operational requirements?
Right. Let's get management plan for the office.
Paragraph 16, so I agree with Mr. Milne that landscape management plans or landscape maintenance plans typically address the resource consent stage. In this instance, I've recommended this be required to be specifically including measures to ensure appropriate security, pest and weed control is not typically addressed in standard landscape management plans. I guess the intent of this is that the eastern boundary is reliant on that biodiversity strip for mitigation of essentially back of house views. And because it is not going to be front of house, it is going to be fenced by or contained by the acoustic fencing. There is a danger that it gets established in that maintenance and particularly monitoring of it could lapse in the future. So it will be important just to make sure that is given a bit of robustness in the landscape management plan to look at, because often we aren't looking at checking for security of an area. It is usually just focused on is that plant surviving. And I think in other projects I've seen in Canterbury and so on, is often it's that maintenance and the long-term custodianship of the landscape, which can be an issue. And while it might look good for the first 5 years, you can see it decline and that care reduce in the future. So good to see that cemented somehow in the landscape management plan as part of the future resource consent stage.
Go on. You were here when the bidder was speaking in terms of the visual aids.
Yes.
He had a number of in relation to landscape, had a number of overheads or slides that illustrate that.
Yes.
Can you give me some examples? Which where it's supermarkets rather big, large format retail has been well screened and
to be honest, there aren't very many. I think the Pack and Save that we've got under construction here is going to be one of the better ones. The Pack and Save in Rangiora is quite well done. It's got a fairly good tree canopy and it's got a park condition setting on the northern side where there's a stream corridor. But a lot of the examples you see around Christchurch, as we saw in the submitted slides today, are pretty abysmal. I think to our advantage, the supermarket development, the Pack and Save in Rolleston has set a really good precedent. The minimum soil volumes that is being proposed by the applicant, I think, is going to be a key part of this success. That is usually where a lot of the green planting fails on some of the other large format retail projects. You can even just look at the city centre here in New World. You've got very poor vegetation outcomes there because the trees just can't hold the room to grow. So I think we'll see the Pack and Save here will be a really good example of how to do it right. And I think the challenge that we have to try and make sure is that that success is continuing through to the second part of the site.
It's a appropriate space for the root ball and those sorts of things of growth.
Yes.
Yeah. And those are matters which will be addressed to consent.
although they have nominated minimum soil volumes based on the mature tree size as part of the study. So it is already incorporated. I've got no issues with that. Okay.
Is that unusual for your experience that that's incorporated in?
Yes, it is somewhat unusual. It is actually unusual to see things like soil volumes being adopted as part of the resource consent stage. Given those specifically set out as requirements, I think is a really good way to safety the positive outcomes. Point 18, the future pedestrian cycle connection. So this has already been discussed by several of the speakers today, but I'll acknowledge that the applicant's experts have set out transportation and acoustic rationale for not including the dot connection across the biodiversity strip. And I will defer to Mr. Carr and Mr. Trevathan in these respects, noting that Mr. Trevathan states that there are design strategies available other than the contiguous fence that can be used to achieve the noise limits at neighbouring sections. Both Mr. Mill and Mr. Compton-Murray conclude the added safety risk of public access conflicting with deliveries to service vehicle traffic outweighs any benefit of that linkage. I will refer to Mr. Long's expertise in relation to urban design matters, however. I note I would expect that the Pecklesave and Marching facilities will provide positive local amenities for residents and become a local destination in their own right. I agree from a site operational view, it would be easier to manage the site without allowance for this public connection, and agree that the current concept layout for the Mitre 10 provided by the applicant would present some safety challenges to achieve. These are not the only considerations, however. The proposal will provide a local amenity set within a residential context. Convenient walking and cycle connections are important to encourage active transportation options, and in my view, the current ODP direction to provide these is a positive element that should be maintained, or at least the opportunity should be maintained at this stage. I maintain my position that balancing operational and safety concerns with public access across the northeastern boundary is a technical design matter, and there are appropriate design measures that the applicant's expert team could deploy to achieve this. So, as mentioned, this would obviously be something at the resource consent stage, but I had just noted a few options, including modifying the footprint of the garden centre layout to allow sufficient space for pathway connection and incorporating appropriate visibility displays, considering glazed or permeable facade treatments on the northern boundary of the proposed garden centre to allow views into and from this area over the pedestrian cycle connection. Clearly eliminating high visibility pedestrian cycle crossing points, elevated crossings, paving colour and textures, traffic calming measures included into road design to limit delivery vehicle speeds to a suitable speed, and then perhaps flashing warning signs for delivery trucks activated by approaching pedestrians or cyclists, or when the automated gates into loading zones are opened. As noted above and outlined in my primary evidence, safety concerns could arise if the biodiversity strip becomes frequented by members of the public, particularly when screened by the twin alignments of 2 metre tall fencing. While an appropriate level of regular surveillance and maintenance by the site managers will assist in managing this, in my experience, it's difficult to keep the public from forming their own access in the long term if there is a desire line to do so. Incorporating a mid-block crossing, in my point, will assist in reducing the potential for this to occur.
Okay, just explain that.
So,
why that mid-block would reduce the potential for that to occur.
So often with these sort of enclosed areas, like such as biodiversity strip, if there is a desire for the public to get from A to B, say it's future residential on the neighbouring property and they want to get into this zone, it's very difficult to stop people from doing it, particularly if they have got nefarious intent or even just kids being kids. So my view is if you provide controlled access, you're relieving some of that pressure, reducing the chance that people are going to be trying to hop the fence and hop into other parts of that biodiversity strip. So again, I'm just supportive of Mr. Light's position that I think mid-block break in that 500 metre long strip would be valuable.
The middle break, that would be, what was the word you used?
So
Beneficial,
yeah, I think it would be helpful to reduce the potential pressure of people breaking into that biodiversity strip. So focuses the potential traffic that might go across it.
always it's counterintuitive, from a layperson perspective, if you make it more accessible, you know.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. There's exist lots of examples, such as in a park, if you light it, overlight it sometimes, then you're attracting people into there at night that you don't want to. So more recent times, often people are not putting lighting on in parks to deter people from going into that space. So I think it's one of those sort of examples where it can be a bit counterintuitive.
Outdoor storage.
Paragraph 24. So the outdoor storage and landscape supply yards can present additional visual clutter of a more industrial and commercial nature that, in my view, are not compatible with the evolving MRZ residential context. I agree with Mr. Milne that taller street trees will be beneficial for filtering use of this area. However, considering the potential contents for the storage area, such as bulky storage bins and tall racking for lumber, often wrapped in plastic, I do not believe that low-level planting alone will provide adequate screening. LFRZ-REQ5 under the PODP requires a fence, wall, or vegetation of at least 1.8 metres in height for the full length of the storage area that is visible from the road. Given the likelihood of taller storage racking and bulk material storage that may exceed 1.8 metres in height, I am recommending that it would be appropriate to require the screening to be at least 1.2 metres tall in distance. I further recommend that this is implemented via planting rather than solid edge, which could be vulnerable to graffiti and present a less desirable hard boundary. And I'll just note that one of the examples that was mentioned yesterday, the Queenstown Mitre 10, has got some good examples of pittosporum hedging around the frontage of their outdoor storage area. And I think that's reasonably successful in sort of screening some of those more undesirable elements. From what I've seen, there can be little control about what happens in those outdoor storage areas. They do change around and there can be a lot of different elements in there. So given the residential context immediately across the road, I think it would be helpful to fully screen that area rather than rely on the more filtered views that we'll be having on the balance of the site. So point 26. Within the 500 landscape strip, this could be achieved with a row of taller grown shrubs such as Pittosporum tenicolum or Aleria paniculata or similar species, along with fenced boundary of the outdoor storage area. The proposed mix of lower grown shrubs and street trees can be placed in front of this row. As long as the taller shrubs are maintained as a dense single row and periodically trimmed, there should be minimal risk for entrapment or concealment outside of the storage area. Within the storage area itself, it is presumed this will be secured, fenced, and monitored by staff. So just in conclusion, point 27, overall I remain supportive of the proposal and in agreement with the findings of Mr. Milne in respect of the potential adverse landscape and visual effects having been reduced to an appropriate level. 28, I emphasise the importance of ensuring appropriate levels of mitigation planting are accommodated to the north of the future Broadlands Drive extension And note the applicant will need to clarify the land use intent for the residual areas north and south of this road extension. 29, I remain broadly supportive of the need to retain a mid-block crossing to enable pedestrian and cycle access to the future residential zones to the northeast. And note there are potential design solutions to address the concerns raised by Mr. Mill. And lastly, 130, I maintain there is a need to employ taller planting to provide additional screening of any outdoor storage areas beyond the standard requirements provided for in the POSTB.
Right, thank you. Check through. Just checking off your brief. Okay, and figure 4, you've got the Iwhanui MI10 mega outdoor storage area. That's what you want to avoid.
In essence, yes. I think that's an example of what we don't want to see in this situation.
You figure 5 as well, against that on my team. What that shows.
So this was repeating coincidentally what one of the images that the BG presented this morning, but it's showing again what we don't really want to see, which is a largely unscreened view. So the proposal that we've got before us has got a much more extensive planting, so we would not expect to see such a contiguous bulk. We'll have a lot more screening trees in the foreground, and ideally we'll have additional trees within the parking area, midground as well, which helps with the into that use.
Been helpful and those are my questions. I appreciate this. Thank you. What a quick break, I think, before we hear from you. Especially not on time, so. Maybe 15 minutes, we'll back at quarter. Okay. Yes. Had a look at your summary and obviously read the reference. I think we can start at paragraph 9 at least.
I did want to touch on the procedural matter raised by Mr. Mitchell.
Yeah.
So that related to the submissions, submission 17 BTP, submission 23 in Shepherd. My understanding is that this related to the conflicts or with those submissions to gain an economic benefit and speak to receive. My understanding now in terms of Rule 6A of Schedule 1 is that related to submitters who are a trade competitor and who would gain a benefit from the outcome of the process, rather than a submitter who may have an economic interest in the process. Ms. Brooker might want to maybe a better place to comment on that in the leading nuances. I just thought I'd touch on just to confirm in terms of paragraph 7 that there aren't any other procedural matters to raise.
So, thank you for your opinion for the matters raised, which were trade competition. Sure.
No, that's not my answer. Yeah. I did just want to touch on the schedule of amendments that's attached to that planning summary as well. So,
Yeah. Time in your hand.
Mr. Allen's presentation correctly identified those two areas that we've touched on. And then another point to note is that the schedule also includes a reference to the vehicle crossing narrative, ensure consistency with the design contained in the back and safe consent. I think it was inadvertently left on, so this was a point initially raised by Mr. Carr. That's no longer relevant though, because those supermarket vehicle crossings have actually been performed already. So that can be removed. Be minded to incorporate those changes. Just the final point to note related to Mr. Boyd's summary statement. So that was the point of clarification around large format retail zone R4C. So that was in respect to ancillary food and beverage outlets, whether that's 250 square metres gross floor area collectively, or whether it's 250 for each potential tenancy. So he confirmed that it was 500 metres square collectively. The two activities were established.
That's unfair. One fair. One for the 250 metres.
No, I think that was an incorrect understanding. That Mr. put forward, the economist agreed that it was up to 250, and that's what the rules refer to.
No, I think what Mr. Boyd's saying is that it does actually enable 500 square metres as economic perspective. And that would still avoid adverse retail distribution effects. So the question is that drafting clear enough? And the second point to that is, does the 500 square metres collectively meet the operational needs that the proponent's actually seeking? The point of clarification in terms of is 250 square metres across those two tenancies sufficient from the proponent's perspective?
That's why I asked the question. What it was essentially, and my reading of it was that, yeah, I mean, my initial reading was that it was 250 all up, but I wanted to do around. I'm happy if you are
Yes.
So,
Yeah, sure. So the original drafting of the rule of variation 2 was 250 square metre GFA for trade, food and beverage outlet, and sorry to the trade retail. Mr. Boyd had recommended that, or had suggested that that could allow for multiple number of food and beverage outlets on site. So his recommendation that it be limited to no more than 2 has been accepted by the applicants. With, I guess the confusion for residents that 250 square metres remain. Question was it per tenancy or total? I understood it to be a total, but it's, looking back at it, was evidence quite clear that it's 250 per tenancy.
I understand that was Mr. Colgrave's assumption too, so it just might need some tweaking by the reporting officer and Mr. Allen to make sure that the intention, the rules, are clear.
yeah, and yeah, I need that to be very clear, and I've had the argue that the board and said that part of it, that was a result. But in terms of other areas of these, need to be clear as to what basis that evidence is being on in terms of that issue, that all so even the time it's similar. It's quite different, isn't it? But there's a doubling of what my understanding was.
Mr. Barrett has just alluded to that we fine, like it wasn't meant to. So, yeah, but we can.
So if that's the intention, that 250 is a maximum across those 2 possible tenancies, then yeah, I think we probably need to do a little work on that wording to make sure that provision is crystal
I
clear.
think the rule only relates to trade retail, isn't it? So
That's right.
it would be the assumption that the trade retail activity would only have one up to 250 activity in terms of the other.
That was the original, that was the intention of the drafting. So taking 1 to 10 as an example, 1 integrated cafe, then ancillary to 250 square metres on it. It's just growing with the economist's suggestion that they want to limit the total number. But no problem limiting the number.
Maybe need to be further limited to a single food and beverage outlet. 350 square metres. Sounds like it's what the plan initially said.
And I think this is purely talking about the trade retail activity, isn't it? So the way the rule's been drafted at the moment, the trade retail rule and ancillary to that, and it's got the 2 on that, which I don't think anyone sort of anticipated there's been 2 food and beverage with a trade retail.
I could say sometimes they're having this at the front, just a machine, which might be 10 square metres, 5 square metres, it's not a cafe as such, and that's not proposed, but it could be in the future, but it won't be.
Yeah, I appreciate it's not part of it. It's obviously related to that trade retail activity. But it's just really needs to be certain about it.
It does. That doesn't increase and the matter of I think it's a matter of it's meant for reducing the file to but I'm getting more before that.
I agree. I think it's a matter for the economists to be clear on what they were saying,
Yeah.
and need to be respected by the evidence.
Yeah, because, you know, and we've got to be conscious of whether the 500 versus the 250 has other, potential, impacts as well, not just, economic. I know it's very much designed essentially to avoid, where distribution effects and competition with the town centre, but, there may be other issues that arise.
Okay. To
But not so important.
No, I think that's interesting.
Okay.
No, I don't think any other,
Personally, from an urban design perspective.
no, I don't think any other disciplines here.
I wouldn't have an issue with it, this is, no.
Yeah, I'm saying I don't want to have a communal discussion about it now. I want it to be formally addressed and provided to me. Yeah. Okay, yeah. But, point well raised, that no problem to work with. Yeah, it's hardly appropriate for the it's not done by me. Okay, very good.
So turning to emerging matters to consider, point 9 summary. Evidence has also been received, circulated from Mr. L. Law, STC's Head of Emergency Management, in support of the department's submission. That was submission 19. This evidence provides an update on a proposed emergency services campus, Baldwin Drive's extension. It includes a concept plan for a possible future layout of the Lincoln Rolleston Road, Baldwin Drive's intersection that bisects the eastern corner of the site. Concept plan includes an amended road alignment and signalised intersection rather than roundabout where it connects with Lincoln Rolleston Road. While this concept plan provides clarity how the site could connect with the development area 12 in the northeast, a commitment from STC that the Baldwin's Drive extension is progressing. I consider that the concept plan should be given limited statutory weight. This is on the basis that it does not form part of any consent or notice of requirement process, and as acknowledged in Mr. Law's evidence statement, it is a work in progress and is subject to change. STC's experts identify the following in respect to this matter. Item A, Mr. Carr's principal summary considers the potential conflicts that could occur with the location of the service yard exit point illustrated on the precinct 13 ODP plan with STC's Baldwin Drive concept plan. He reiterates his position that flexibility is required within the precinct ODP to respond to the detailed design of the intersection, site access points, by retaining the indicative annotation as recorded in the section 42A report recommendations. Mr. Carr identifies his preference that precinct 13 ODP narrative include the more general reference to the Baldwin Drive intersection rather than the roundabout as previously recommended. And that was touched on during Mr. Carr's presentation. Item B, Mr. Ross's landscape and visual summary identifies that the amended intersection design may reduce the effectiveness of the mitigation planting proposed near the southern Lincoln Rolleston Road boundary and the eastern corner of the site, particularly its ability to screen the outdoor storage areas, future trade, retail, trade supply building. Mr. Ross maintains his position that the uncertainty around the intersection design and the impacts it may have on the effectiveness of the landscape mitigation treatments adds weight to the need for precinct 13 ODP to require a consistent 5 metre landscape strip along the Lincoln Rolleston Road boundary. C. Mr. Blake Manson's infrastructure summary and the infrastructure joint witness statement record his concern that the location and scale of the amendments to the Baldwin's Drive intersection could make the management of stormwater in this area unfeasible. Paragraph 12, Mr. Lawley values Steve. I support Mr. Carr's position and Mr. Law's request that flexibility is required through the inclusion of narrative in the ODP to account for the detailed design of the future Baldwin's Drive intersection. I maintain that it is appropriate to request that the ODP is updated to include the narrative and the scheduled amendments in Appendix 1. Including the specific reference to the roundabout to the more general reference to intersection. I've also reviewed Mr. Long's request and support suggested addition of access to the ADP narrative as it relates to the future intersection. So that addresses the typographical error that we must schedule. And just to add a bit more detail there in response to the proponent's presentation, I know that the precinct 13 ADP already includes annotations and narrative to signal future transport requirements for trade retail, trade supply to the portion of the site. This includes references to indicative pedestrian connectivity and indicative cycle pedestrian routes. I'm unsure why reference to an indicative future intersection with the suggested service access annotation is seen as a step too far within the context of the provision framework. As identified by Mr. Carr, there could be benefits to the proponent to provide this extra degree of flexibility based on the uncertainty around the future intersection design and its impacts on vehicle crossings and landscape treatments. I also note that the adjoining development area 12 references also include indicative connections, indicative cycling pedestrian routes, and indicative roads.
So 14, you talk about, well, in the discussions you referred to appendix 1, just whereabouts in appendix 1?
So that's in relation to
So the issues from discussing.
So this is obviously relating to the schedules or the allied development plan, and it's quite in relation to the 5-metre landscape strip and the narrative to reference the Rolleston landscape strips, which was touched on Mr. Ross's landscape evidence. I think there's also service access annotation touched on Mr. Carr's transport evidence. Very detailed and read on pages 10 to 41 of my summary statement.
Right, 40 to 41. The summary of key points.
No, that's a schedule of amendments, so it should be the red item.
Right, so in your, we're talking about your summary of key points, 20 March 2025.
Yes.
Yeah, and you're saying page
40.
Now, I've got the same issue that I raised before in terms of my, and I'm going to speak on yours, but in terms of my documents, they go to page 37, the ones that are changed to your summary.
The version I've got is page 41.
Awesome.
So I'm looking at the page of numbering at the bottom of the page. Yes. Sorry, word version. What's that?
Did you just say paragraph then?
No, this is page numbering.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not quite sure why. You've got to have the station. The falling off the summary of key points about So that's on page 37.
That's 37 that first recommended change to the narrative relates to service access annotations.
Okay, so 37, yeah. Service access to the south, but different locations will fall to the answer where the location is shown for this drive intersection or region.
And 38, first item on that page relates to that 5 metre landscape strip.
Okay, so that's what my feeling is, that's the road. Looking across the road, landscape strip, including 5 metre landscape strip on the north side of the future primary road section. For example. Yeah, characteristic is camera plane.
So that's to increase the flexibility around the uncertainty on that intersection design.
They would be even for the evidence in the chart.
Correct, yeah.
One on 36, Mr. Rock. My 37 is there. Okay.
So just returning to paragraph 14 of the document. I accept Mr. Ross's position on the need for a consistent 5 metre landscape strip to be maintained along the Lincoln Rolleston road boundary, where there are no breaks required for access points and other landscape treatments. I also support his recommended amendments to the precinct 13 ODP narrative that accounts for the ordinance drive intersection design. And that's that item in addition. I note that the suggested amendments, including reference to the Broadland Drive intersection, remove the need for the separate ODP narrative relating to the Lincoln Rolleston road boundary trees. So that narrative has been deleted from as well. I acknowledge Mr. Blake Manson's concerns that the alignment of the intersection and concept plan will remove the stormwater basin as illustrated on some of the plans. I consider that the ability for the stormwater to be effectively, efficiently managed within the site will form part of the exercise to refine the intersection design and any future resource consent process the rezoning is approved. I take confidence in the statement of the infrastructure experts joint witness statement that there are alternative locations available within the site to enable stormwater to be effectively managed.
Now, just before we move on, paragraph 14, you say you accept that position. Can you just, and you do the same in terms of Mr. Kay's narrative. Can you just, I'd say, in terms of that flexibility with respect to support that, and appropriate, Yeah, just really to summarise, so for example, in terms of your assessment of Mr. Ross's position in relation to the property and landscape strip and maintained. From a planning perspective, why do you accept that if that's appropriate to some clear?
I think it just provides flexibility, which is key, and responds to that uncertainty around that concept design, what impact final layout of that intersection may have on the effectiveness of that landscape treatment.
Reference to the intersection, do you see that as an intersection as a neutral term? Whether it's signalised or a roundabout?
Yeah, and that's it certainly provides more flexibility than the roundabout that reference that was originally in that was touched on Mr. Carsey.
Yeah, I'm not being correct, but I understood from the discussion with you that the roundabout is a requirement for the sites for the 30 years.
It is a rule under the pension civil line which requires the proponent, if it's the south of the development line, it's indicated in the graph, to form the roundabout, to form the link in the roundabout before they can develop. So it's an interesting rule in the plan. Should they not do that, restricted discretionary consent required? It's a consenting feature.
Not a roadblock.
No, it's a matter of detail. It's a trigger for assessment. Yes, would expect would be their time in terms of what would be the appropriate way to use it.
Sorry about the interruption, but just one clarity around that matter. Carry on, thank you.
Areas of agreement, paragraph 17. I report from the outset that there is close alignment between Mr. Allen, Cronin's consultant planner, and I on substantive merits of variation 2. This is evidenced in our general agreement on the following matters. Item A, variation 2 can achieve the purpose of the Act when considered against the relevant statutory tests, including consistency with the relevant objectives, policies, and methods of the National Policy Statement and Urban Development, can be regional policy statement, and partially operated plan. Item B, the inconsistency with the RPE's policy 6.3 is considered appropriate as the rezoning will enable the co-location of trade retail and trade supplier activity with a consented pack and save supermarket and a strategically strong location that is already zoned for urban development. In addition, the expert economic evidence has established that economic benefits can be realised through the zoning without generating adverse retail distribution effects, the loss of land to support plan-enabled residential housing capacity in short, medium terms. Item C, variation 2 can support STC to meet its functions under section 31 in respect to ensuring there is sufficient business development capacity to meet the needs of Rolleston's residents' businesses without giving rise to adverse retail distribution effects by unreasonable loss of residential housing supply. Item D, declining variation 2 would result in alternative, less optimal locations being rezoned, consented to meet the demand for trade retail, trade supplier activity. The levels of market competition and diversity that the rezone can provide, and which are anticipated by the National Policy Statement to achieve a well-functioning urban environment, may also be lost for a period of time. Pardon me.
I can just explain that a little bit more. Well, you said could result in alternative, less optimal location for the rezone continued. Obviously, that's a separate process.
Exactly, yeah, and I guess the location that comes to mind is there are other centred supermarkets and residential environments further from the town centre, further from key connections, road connections on State Highway 1. So there, you know, there could potentially be an application for a co-location of a trade retail trade supply activity from those locations. But I don't think they're strategically strong. So the economic benefits that this site would provide would be lost for a period of time until located either on the ISO 9 areas or an alternative location that might not be as optimal.
And when you say optimal, you're saying optimal from a planning perspective.
Correct. In the context of the PSUD and the well functioning environment tests.
Correct.
Thank you very much.
Mhm.
There are no changes proposed to the relevant plan objectives. Policy LFRZP4 appropriately recognises the locational context of precinct 13. It's detailed and recommended changes to the large format retail zone overview. G, the rationale employed to adapt the operative large format retail zone framework to respond to the locational context of the variation 2 site is appropriate and effectively supported by the precinct 13 and operative district plan provisions. I think it's probably appropriate at this point to acknowledge that the proponent has accepted most of the more critical amendments contained in the office report, which in turn addresses some of the related uncertainties and concerns expressed in the amendments. So those include the matters of control relating to urban design, building design in terms of modulation, etc., as well as the food and beverage floor area and the 20-metre building setback.
And just in terms of that, from the building setback, how does the plan just stop the standard definition of the building?
You would so after that there was a rule on the commission to be signed. Yeah, setbacks apply. There was a specific provision in the plan change that identifies the setbacks as well.
Yeah, no, in terms of setback, it's fine, but in terms of what constitutes a building,
Just about the building,
to the what, so,
the definition of building,
which is,
okay.
it's just the box standard one.
What they as the building means a temporary or permanent movable or immovable physical construction that is A, partially or fully roofed, or B, fixed or located on or in land, but excludes any motorised vehicle or other mode of transport that could be moved under its own power.
So in terms of outdoor storage, for example, or some of those proposed to be changed, or whether they put a form of definition of a building.
I'm not actually sure the details about it.
There must have been theories, but there's some, well, but they can clarify.
Yeah, I would have thought that's a detail.
Yeah, no, the issue is whether I'm just thinking out loud, whether it happens to object building. Yeah, when I raise this issue, the people across Virginia think about it for looking to all right, carry on.
So paragraph 19. Having reported this general support, there remain several outstanding matters that I maintain are required to be addressed to ensure that the most optimal outcomes for the site and surrounding environment can be achieved. This is reflected in the areas of disagreement remain between transport, landscape, visual experts in respect to the recommended amendments to precinct 13 ODP, and urban design experts in respect to urban form, character, subtier, connectivity. Paragraphs 20 and 21 cover that the schedule amendments. Appendix 1 touched on, so it's best to skip to the areas of disagreement, starting paragraph 22.
That's fine, thank you.
The proponent's evidence sets out the reasons why they do not consider it appropriate to extend the precinct 13 ODP amendments that are recommended in the section 42A report, which reflects the key areas of disagreement between the proponent and SDC's experts. Furthermore, Mr. Lonning, SDC's urban design expert, continues to have concerns with the urban design aspects of the rezoning, particularly in respect to the appropriateness of the location to establish a trade, retail, trade supply activity, adverse character effects, safety concerns, foresight, connectivity. These are detailed and evaluated in the following sections. The first item is provision of plans and assessments for approval. Paragraph 25, the proponent's evidence sets out the reasons why they do not consider it appropriate to reference the need for a landscape management plan, a subtier assessment on integrated transport assessment to be referenced in the ODP narrative. SDC's experts have evaluated this evidence and reached the following positions. Would you want me to touch on those? Or?
Yeah, so this is in terms of the prerequisites.
I can touch on that detail, or I'll just skip down to paragraph 26.
Let's just what the said rather than or
That's not my value to stick, it's really just reporting how I've got to that point. Setting the same 26. So paragraph 26, I maintain that it is appropriate to require the ODP narrative is included in the precinct 13 ODP for the list of plans and assessments to be provided as part of any future license consent application. Rezoning is approved. The schedule of amendments in attachment 1 includes additional changes to recall that regular monitoring is included as a component part of the landscape management plan as requested by Mr. Ross, and B, the more holistic set of ITA matters recommended by Mr. Federal and supported by Mr. Khan. I maintain the position expressed in the section 42A report that it is appropriate to include ODP narrative that requires the list of plans and assessments to be approved as prerequisites to satisfy proposed requirement LFRZ 7 to inform any future resource consent process. Similarly, I consider that it is appropriate to include ODP narrative to supplement the existing district plan provisions to ensure the proposed precinct 13 and the activities it enables can effectively integrate into the environment. It will also assist in ensuring that the district plan includes the necessary provisions to avoid, remedy, or mitigate all potentially adverse effects associated with the activities that would be enabled by variation to if the rezoning is approved. Just to add to that, in response to the proponent's evidence, it's acknowledged in the section 42A report that the prerequisites do duplicate some of the district plan provisions. However, there is a subtle difference between requiring plans to be provided and approved at the time of the resource consent is lodged, as requested versus relying on general matters of control and discretion. This is because CMUZ Act 3, in terms of the matters of discretion control, doesn't specifically require a landscape management plan, subject assessment or ITA to be submitted and approved by council. I appreciate that it is likely that a Mitre 10 application would include these plans as a matter of course. However, I'm also mindful that this future resource consent could be processed on a non-notified basis, so it's unlikely to have the same level of scrutiny as the pattern save resource consent. The rezoning is successful. I'm also not concerned that the inclusion of ODP narrative would unnecessarily clutter the plan as suggested by the department. This is because the remaining amendments that are being sought relate solely to the site-specific outline development plan that already contains a relatively high level of detail. So examples of that are species lists that would typically be contained in a landscape management plan, provided with a consent condition. I acknowledge that a full ITA is likely to be required under rural transport R8, as the 900 square metre gross floor area will be triggered. It requires an ITA to be prepared covering safety and efficiency, design and layout, network effects, and heavy vehicles. However, I consider that the suggested amended ODP narrative complements these general requirements to ensure a comprehensive site-specific ITA is submitted with any future resource application.
Okay, in terms of Mr. Allen's view that these matters can be likely to be looked anyway, but can be addressed through the RFI process.
Well, they certainly could be. And there's the scope of the plan in terms of those existing matters of control, but being guided by the experts, they are identifying that there is a concern that the subsequent consenting process may not pick up the detail that we're discussing today.
So the belts and braces approach is what would be that those were included, yeah, application to paper project.
The council could request to those as well.
Could request
They could request a landscape assessment, safety assessment, etc. Matters of control may actually specify and shall be provided just the added layer of detail.
You talked about the one of the reasons for the study up front because of the in terms of application the unlikely to be publicly notified. It's about apart from what was it in terms of landscape matters to non.
Yeah, there's a couple of little things here. For the most part, there's still that discretion to ask for groups.
Which is the point you make, is, it's no guarantee, public involvement or ratification, so, all that up front. It's like really prerequisite.
So it's really just trying to achieve the same positive outcomes. First, regards to landscape mitigation. James 29, so we touched on earlier to this section. Special. Yep. So the next item is free space in the car parking areas. Paragraph 30. The proponent's evidence sets out the reasons why they consider additional narrative within the ODP. The reference to car park and tree planting ratios is not appropriate. Mr. Ross has evaluated this evidence and reached the following position. So those bullet points really just outline this position, just present itself today. I can skip to paragraph 31 if that helps. That's it.
Yep, good one.
Paragraph 31, I maintain that it is appropriate to require that the ODP includes the amended narrative proposed by Mr. Ross to ensure that the trees are planted evenly throughout the car parking area. These additional amendments are recorded in the schedule amendments, attachment 1. Just to add to that, I note that the suggested amendments are supplementary to the existing ADP narrative. The proponent has included in the schedule amendments rather than an entirely new prerequisite. There's already an annotation in there. Quote, tree planting within the car park areas of precinct 13 should be at a ratio of 1 tree per 5 car parks. So it's really just adding the extra detail of what's already in there. Once again, I'm sort of unsure why that suggested it's same as it's too far.
Right, storage.
Paragraph 32. The proponent's evidence sets out the reasons why they did not consider it appropriate to include additional landscape mitigation planting to screen in the outdoor storage areas of the ADP. Once again, paragraph 33 is really just outlining Mr. Ross's position. So if we have the open skip to paragraph 34. And that's really just to endorse the position that I maintain it's still appropriate to include that narrative.
Based on Mr. Ross's evidence.
Correct.
And you consider the landscape evidence being presented here for the applicant as well.
Yes.
Right, service access and allocation, we don't want to get back into that.
Yeah, we can skip that. Right. Yeah, it's coming initially. Moving to the last item, connections to development area. Well, paragraph 36, the proponent's evidence sets out the reasons why they do not consider a connection to development area 12 as appropriate, including because it will present operational acoustic safety concerns established. The owner of the adjoining land, which is development area 12, There's also some money that's supported the boundary treatments contained in relation to this notified. Let's submit a 22 goods development. Paragraph 37, SDC's experts have evaluated this evidence and related submissions and reached the following positions. So once again, those 3, 4 bullet points are a summary of council's experts' positions today. Maintaining multiple benefits can be gained by requiring at least a walking and cycling connection through to development area 12. I recognise that this presents operational challenges for the proponent, and the adjoining property owner supports the continuation of north-eastern boundary treatments along the full extent of the site. However, it is apparent that there are workable design solutions to establish the connection to achieve a well-integrated, safe, connected urban environment. I think Mr. Carr raised a good point in terms of there doesn't seem to be evidence in terms of demonstrating the need for a connection either way. So, not really enough to confirm that it's appropriate to exclude. Paragraph 39, on balance, I continue to consider that the rezoning is the most appropriate way to achieve the purpose of the Act, for the reasons set out in section 4284. In regard to the remaining areas of disagreement, I maintain that the absence of the recommended prerequisites, the ODP, present a significant risk that the outcomes of the proponent as identified will not be achieved. I guess just a point of clarification there, significant risk might be overstating it. It's probably more of a risk. And that refers back to the conversation around having that level of surety at the consenting stage.
But the risk that significant is overstating.
Having heard the evidence. Paragraph 41, I continue to consider that the updated precinct provisions contained in appendix 1 of the summary, combination of PODP provisions, will enable the integrated development of the site, where all potential effects associated with the future use and development of the land can be effectively managed consistent with SDC's functions and purpose and principles of the Act.
Pick up question there in terms of your evidence. But just in terms of the large format retailing company on the other side of the state highway, is there anything that right, I mean, there's certainly the picture of the zone is primarily retail to require, etc. Is there anything at all in the objective policy statement that supports that? Because we've got that over here, and then we've got the town centre zone, which enables it as well. Is there anything which an objective policy which gives any sort of guidance to me as to why, if you like, what?
The closest I can think of is probably meant by a collision policy statement. Was the form for Rolleston. And that wants to get back to the policy I touched on in the discussion around the areas of agreement. So typically it doesn't satisfy that map in terms of not being within that abandoned business land. But based on the evidence, it's not critical. And that was supported by the Canterbury Regional Council's submission as well.
Yeah, just second point, is there anything that in the policy framework that would indicate that there was there was then the benefit of having them all in one place?
Into large format retail.
Not all of the wrong thing, but you know.
Yeah, the genesis of that large format retail zone is the IPF development. So that's a very bespoke rezoning that is similar to the I zone. There's the general industrial zone, but it doesn't include the large format retail division. So it kind of accommodates some large format retail activities. That's why the proponents amended that framework to create a second large format retail unit.
Were there any matters raised by the Supreme Court that we got to comment on? Were there any matters they identified that?
I think it was interesting in terms of comparing this development to other examples. They're actually operational in terms of the landscape mitigation in particular, which Mr. Ross touched on. So I tend to agree with Mr. Ross that in terms of the visual appearance, there's substantially more landscaping than what you see in other retail product supplier activities. As an illustration.
That we in maintenance of that. Were they highlighted? Yeah, but we'll highlight.
I'm not sure it's not a highlighted complaint. Well, potentially, I think it was more of a lack of established landscape with some nice examples for this. So I think it's like B is an improvement. Nice example.
And you probably that point, but in terms of the scale and this comparison of the what generally that's being constructed in Berkshire and scale doesn't need to be monitoring out if that was included.
What we raised was, just his personal needs in terms of shopping and walking visits, the eyesight area. I suspect that might just be his personal preferences to the majority may shop, but it's touched on by us before.
Yeah, range activity, for sure, I say not, it's just residential, and in fact, the degree of relevance that it consider, it seems to say that to a degree integrated, that's where the dancing, music is, all of those sorts of things where the kids are going for training.
But that may not be the best for people that would be visiting.
No, it didn't. As I said, no, but just, but it wasn't something that can be addressed and applied, needs be. Is that 20 metre building setback breakdown? So that in terms of the front and shape side there along the whole end.
So it was touched on some of this presentation, comparison. I think we measured up 10 metres, so 20 metres is a relatively change. It will make a difference.
That's that minimum 20 metre setback. That's what a trigger for consent. You can see this.
Let's move 5 years.
One, the supplementation by the more detailed development control, that you listed those there in the paragraph that you see. But just in terms of the importance of that, I feel like catering to a particular location, yeah, the degree that additional certainty, etc., gives you or informs you on ultimate position.
Supported by the plans.
Yeah, indeed, and what I'm saying, sorry, I'm saying we should, but those factors are important in your overall conclusion for plans, that additional certainty and the additional measures that are incorporated.
Yes, and then I raised that in the discussion during the summary statement.
So that I had discussions with Mr. Allen on, in terms of the potential, council, but in terms of potential risk of dilution, whilst they achieved, in terms of say.
Yeah, I'd like to think there are any provisions in there that are either agreed to by Parliament or suggested by the council experts. Because I know that it's important that you recognise that people say there's a considered activity, it's a considered environment. So, let's go in terms of evaluating any changes to that.
It's considered, give me about it. Why do you consider it appropriate that the rezoning in essence is needed to repeat this?
It's just easy for this and it reflects the environment and the co-location of the activities. So, it provides the component of security in terms of having that zoning as opposed to just resource consent.
Why would resource then things change, resource consent don't, so review for very unusual.
Yeah. Another factor in terms of the integration is outline development. So it does see a clear requirement to integrate.
Again, I think you would we had the reply.
Yeah, I mean, I'll keep the notes from having to talk about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's just a couple of things I'd like to find out before we.
Yep. Yeah. Yep.
Might be clear, back one of your questions, with respect to jurisdiction in terms of the content of section. There's no dispute here that the submission aren't on the plan change, which looks at that. If we make a submission on a plan change, the steps of what things would be changed. We're squarely within the scope of clause 10, which is if the if you can only, the council on the recommendation can only make changes which arise from submissions or matter arising from the submissions. So I had a search through some case law to see if there could be some assistance to you. And there was one case, Parker, which related to a road that was brought in doubt as to whether or not it would be within the scope of the submission. But in that case, it was expressly sought on that road in the submission. And they had on appeal sought to somewhere else sought to retain the status quo. So I do think there's actually a difficulty. And I know the reporting officer was going to look at through some of those submissions, but they're different year. You have an opportunity to do that, because I haven't found anything in any submission that relates to walkability, connectivity, the north-eastern boundary connection at all. The only reference to walkability that I found was in relation to a commission from Hindley, where she's talking about walkability in the context of from the application site to the town centre. And I don't, as I said in the opening submissions, I don't think that's detrimental when been listening to Mr. Carr and the point officer now talking about, you know, if it's not on the ODP, that's something that can be considered. And I previously addressed you in terms of the ITA requirement, the requirement to realise theirs anyway. But I did just want to flag that's one thing that I think you should be aware of at this point. Yeah, and if you've got something different.
Yeah, sure. We're happy to answer the context around that. So in the 42A report, I identified where there was scope that I thought was provided through submissions against each of those items in terms of the ODP narrative. One of those was the Twitter connection. So in terms of submissions I relied on for that, submission 5, Joanne Handley, she refers to the situation of sensational cell one, which is a strategic direction in the district plan. So that item 2 of that strategic direction identifies as well connected, safe and accessible in terms of the district and towns being an attractive, pleasant place to live and visit. And then also in the submission, she says that the rezoning does not take into account the existing character of communities. It's not safe, does not enhance in any way the health outcomes of the district. So I've looked at that sort of connectivity, accessibility issue, right or wrong.
It doesn't, I'll consider it, but it doesn't appear to me to be luckily something.
Yeah, it is
And-
judgment.
Yeah, indeed, you know, I've been put solutions on the, it's not a, scope's not a moral issue from my perspective, but, yeah, we'll just rely on Levi and often pushing us up that the various cases. Because it's been, it was obviously it was a reasonably significant issue through the private engine process of pre-discipline in terms of the residential and the industrial and those sorts of matters. So that was the questions of scope were raised with those I'm familiar with. But I want to make one example on the based on what they
I'll provide some information.
yeah, very good.
I can touch on the beachy submission as well, if that's helpful. Yes, in my mind at least, that they talked about mitigating adverse visual effects, but they also talked about the zero benefits in terms of the livable, walkable city in the context of Rolleston. That's where I've made that connection with the key connection of scope. Now, if you there.
Right, that's helpful. Roger, part of this. We too from here.
So I have got a large amount of matters that have sort of arisen as new matters in the course of the year. But I have also planned to address you in my reply on the jurisdictional issue of the raised, the need for the break in the east lake, some matters arising from the emergency precinct and then tidying up the what you just made in relation to the building definition to be triggered in the Fernley Bridge aggregate. I was planning to kind of get up to the planners and refer with the experts in respect to those points of clarification, perhaps even with the reporting officer if that's appropriate, and then provide us some margin to you within details or by the end of the week. So like that.
Right, now I need to be frank about my availability to overseas in the April, And, yeah, the weeks are probably amazing. But I'm trying not to, work in that period of time.
I mean,
no matter why, but it's like my old story with France. I can go here and I'm just gonna go a couple weeks to catch up with them. So, yeah, I'm very conscious that, avoiding delay, obviously, but I. Benefits in the fact that that period I'm not going to be, really opposed.
so are you suggesting to get this quicker so you can make a quicker
No.
decision? Or you're saying don't rush because we're not going to go.
No, but yeah, but I, you know, I think it's my duty in order, you know, in terms of efficiency, getting it, I'm not wanting to delay it in order to, well, still preach. But I'm just saying that I'm not going to go and really turn my mind to it and particularly to writing a reputation. Over the next few weeks, with the wine. So, so if you want to take the time, to, you know, like the, take a little bit of engagement to your books and get through report off, that doesn't, because there's a problem for months.
Shall I provide you writing the time to do that? That might be the best way to do it once I've spoken with
Okay.
He would like to indicate to the administrator or
No, I'm not, yeah, I'm not, I don't. But, so, yeah, as a subconscious to me, to very recent. And I'll have to think about if there's anything else that I need more information on at this stage. I'm pretty comfortable, but it may be after the reply. I consider the risk of things I want a little bit more on. But again, say getting on with it. Yeah. So if there's nothing else to be raised, I'll June, and I thank everybody for their contribution and rights. Appreciate it. Thank you.